I've got this one life, just got this one life. I'd like to think that it would go on forever, but I've got just one try. Yeah, I've got this one try. I remember when we were kids, you lost your parents, I heard the hymns. I swore that day that I would love you forever, if those were my last words, if those were my last words. I might never be a captain on a yellow submarine.
I might never be an actress on a giant silver screen,
but my heart will make a house standing anywhere you'll be.
and my love will hold the diamond shining far as you can see.
When we grow old, we grow old with me. When we grow old, we grow old with me. You've got this one light that shines all my life.
Just like a rose blooming out from this desert.
Oh, I saw these two eyes. Yeah, I saw your two eyes. I might never be a singer who's been knighted by the queen.
I might never be a model in a fashion magazine,
but my heart will make a house standing anywhere you'll be.
and my love will hold the diamond shining far as you can see.
When we grow old, we grow old with me. When we grow old, we grow old with me. Sound as people dance from your window. If you see an Irish band, and there I stand, guitar in hand, asking for my love if I could be a man. It's all when we grow old with me.
I'm fed up with changes. Come pick me up, cause I just wanna see the light. I wanna be weightless. Teach me to fly, I won't be coming down. Could somebody wake me up? I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. Yeah. I just see her face wherever I look. She's standing in the crowd. I don't want to, but I'm gonna try. When she left me, yeah, let a little bit inside. You know, maybe things are gonna be alright. Cause I just wanna see the light. So sick of waiting and getting too restless to be in this dusty town. I've heard of this place where people forget and you get another try. So come open up my door. I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. I won't see your face wherever I look. I'm blinded by the light. So let go, I don't want to, but I'm gonna try. When she left me, yeah, died a little bit inside. You know, maybe things are gonna be alright. 'Cause I just wanna see the light. Yeah, I just wanna see the light. See the light.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun,
Chateau. It's Thursday. Coming up today on Building a Nation with Treaty United, we have our second leg of the Champions League knockouts against Juventus. We find ourselves 3-2 up from the first leg. Can we progress? We fucking better progress. In other news, the other Irish sides are of course in action too, but they've got some fucking terrible draws. Can they make a miracle? Can they progress? All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with Treaty United. Big dancing today. Oh. Ow. Nah, there's too much dancing. Excellent, but too much dancing. Last time it was too little dancing. Today it's too much dancing. One of these days, chat, I'm going to find myself a cheeky little equilibrium. But in the meantime, chicken wings. I'm going to pull... I didn't run. I'm going to be honest. I have to be honest with you, chat. I woke up at 9:15 and it was too late to go for a run. However, as both punishment and a reminder that I will be going for that run after stream, I'm wearing running shorts now. That way, they're uncomfortable enough to the point where I'm going to want to take them off, but I'm not going to be allowed to take them off until I've done the run. Punish yourself. You deserve it. That's my motto. Oh, dearie me. How's it going, my friends? On this fine, kind of humid, as always, Thursday morning. Ooh. I love that we're getting live cricket updates from Bill. This is perfect. Tony Hody, thank you so much for the 17 months.
Good morning, Mato Chateau.
And a good morning to you too, my friend. And Lloydie as well, thank you for the 14 months during the intro. That might be one of the first intros I've had in a while where it's actually gone off the rails during the text part of the intro with all the cricket-related oddities, I suppose. Bit of flying car. Oh, you... Happy now? Happy now? Bit of undershort. Oh... The monster shirt. Oh, it does. I would never run in this shirt, though, because I'm afraid it might disintegrate. Honestly, I'm afraid that this shirt... It's already got holes in the collar from being, well, 19 years old. This shirt is now old enough to drink in most nations. So, there you go. And I'm afraid if I got sweat on it, it would literally... yeah, exactly, Tom. I want to calm myself down, honestly. Emmett Freezer Man. Yeah, it's... I reckon it has a massive recency bias and stuff like that. I still have Spotify in the middle of my screen. Is this you? Oh, God. Oh, your boyfriend's a doctor. Well, my boyfriend's now the coach of an imaginary football team for the next 4 months. Rachel. If he's only there 4 months, either one of two things. He's me at Grotta, or he's just not very good at it. Or me in Spain. Mostly me at Spain. He's me in Spain, essentially, is what's happening there. Oh. Have I popped out? Ah, no, you see, it can't happen. Because the thing I love about these running shorts, in case you're wondering, they are by a brand called the Upside Down brand, Arsuexio. Yeah, that sounds legit. But they're quite short running shorts, but they've got compression shorts built into the shorts themselves, so no less chafing and all that good shit. They're really good shorts. You can get them on Amazon for like a tenner. Arsuexio, that's the one. Oro Rebro. How dare you? I maintain that I will succeed there, even if it takes me all year. Luckily, the other Swedish teams won't put any players on the bench, so that's going to, I guess, help. Although not that it seems to that much, honestly. Oh, that sucks, Podge. Hopefully you're all right. It does run in about 4 months. Ah, oh, I see. So it was talking about like fantasy football. Ignoble. That makes a lot more sense than whatever the hell I was talking about. See you later, Bill. Enjoy the cricket with your father. Hope you have a lovely day and consume lots of gin and tonic. Second pink. Well, there was the time the other day when Pog gave me, I say an accidental nip slip, but accidental from my part. She just fully tore my vest open. I'm like, what? I look like Hulk Hogan, but in no way possible, but less racist. So, you know, bit of both. Inception shorts. They're really, really comfortable as well, particularly at the moment because it means I don't have to wear underwear. Hey, yeah, you'll love to see it. The breakage of the game in the Nordic moment. Oh, for sure. No, see, apparently, or Husby, that's actually a really common bug for the Swedish league. When I first mentioned it, on the first episode that we saw it, I had like 3 different comments saying, I managed in Sweden. This shit happened to me as well. Which does beg the question of, and I know chat's about to line up and say no to what I'm about to say, but give me a minute. Does nobody test the game in Sweden when they're doing QA for a brand new game? It seems like that would be something that you would do, particularly when it has rules like that that are a little bit funky. And there it is. Mike will. You know what? Yes, I feel like we've got people on our side now, chat. We've got Mike there. We've got Holly there. Things can change. Oh, what are the left? I actually am doing that on all of them, Obbo. But unfortunately, I found with the game this year that you can only really get it to, like, reasonable, which is something, right? But it's going to take ages. Oh. Holly's interested. Oh, my God, yeah. Insane. They're slowly They're just slowly poaching all the content creators to just have them all work at SI. Cut to 10 years from now, and every content creator you're currently aware of is just working at SI. It's gotten full circle. Oh. What do they do in the G'day League? Yeah, Sweden definitely got fucked. Like, massively. The weird thing is, though, it didn't happen during our time at Degerforge when we were in the top flight. And it didn't happen, as far as I know, during the 16 matches we managed last season in Sweden. And obviously we wouldn't have noticed it in the lower leagues. So I guess the question is it just because of so much time being elapsed that they're just struggling to find homegrown players? The other thing that I'm finding weird is that one of the teams that did it had homegrown players in their youth teams, but they didn't put them in their bench. It's like the AI teams won't do that or something if they're not considered first team players. Why is it still 20,000 capacity? Because that's the max capacity of the stadium. The board won't let me build a new one and we can't extend it past this. You're suddenly no longer allowed to stream FM. I don't think she isn't. I mean, Mike was streaming the other night, wasn't he? So it seems unlikely that they're completely barred from streaming. I imagine that they have to be quite careful with, I mean, maybe it's different with Holly because they have slightly different roles at SI. But if anything, I feel like Mike's would be, I don't know. You'd have to ask her. It's awesome, though. It's awesome to see representatives that we can trust being part of the company as well. I think that's just kind of sick, honestly. Oh. So much overlap with Paradox. There really is. I feel like FM and the player base for FM and whatnot has way more overlap with the likes of Paradox and strategy games in general than it does with FIFA. They're based in Limerick, Vivo. If you've heard of the team Limerick FC, or that's who they were originally based on, essentially. Like, the club originally folded because of huge financial issues and all sorts of other stuff, if I recall. But then when they reformed, they were originally what were they going to be called? There was something else they were going to be called, wasn't it? But then they couldn't do it because of naming rights or something, so they ended up choosing Treaty United, which I actually think is a cool name, and I really love Treaty's badge. It's is it really? Well, is it because of the importing bit or something? I don't know. Forgot about salary caps. Oh, that to me is just insane, particularly in a licensed league, because the Allsvenskan's licensed in FM, is it not? I'm not ready. No. I mean, maybe one day, but I'd like to think that I like being my own boss, even though there's a lot of pressure that comes with it. I like being able to do this freely and have the creativity to do that. That's why I've got like this big list of stuff I'm doing for FM23. One of the things I'm really, really, really excited about, and I think it's going to be amazing fun. It's just going to take a lot of work, but it's the kind of work I want to do, basically. Oh, no, for sure. I wonder actually, for those of you that caught Mike's stream the other night, it was Roma Mike's doing, isn't it? I take it he's no longer got any of that stuff installed or anything. I'm curious. I haven't managed to tune into one of Mike's streams since he started working at SI, because they're always in the evenings and I'm not normally around. Biggest stadium might have been necessary. You say that, Vivo, though, but we've been filling our stadium virtually every single match day. So I'm guessing with us being such a worldwide phenomenon these days, I'm guessing it's just we're drawing the fans in from far and wide coming to Limerick. How do the A-League rules, not the Allsvenskan? Oh, I know, Hibbos, but I meant like the A-League. Is that licensed as well? I was just thinking that it feels weird that licensed leagues wouldn't have been tested. But I mean, I'm sure some of them have, and it's just bizarre because I'm clearly not the only one with that issue on Nomads. And the worst thing about it is, obviously, I've got people in the comments saying things like, "Oh, you should change it with the editor." I can't. One, I don't have the editor switched on, and two, if I did do a save on stream or YouTube with the editor switched on, all it does is encourage people to be like, "Hey, look, that player you've got that's really good. You've just changed his attributes," and it's not worth it, is it? So it has kind of put me in a bit of a pickle there, but not really much I can do about it. It's just one of the bugs that happens to maybe benefit us for the first time ever. So who do I want on the bench? So obviously we're unable to register our new keeper, which is a pain, but we'll be able to hopefully get him for the next round. Hey, Neutral Normie, how's it going? I'm excellent. Bit warm, though. Bit warm. SI offices like, so I don't know. I've not been to the new offices. They've moved offices to a different part of the same sort of complex. So I've not been to their new ones. The old ones are really, really nice, though. Just a nice place. Oh god, Forsgren or Swanet. We're gonna have to trust Swanetsky. This is the first knockout round, basically. So the round of 16, as it's otherwise known. Yeah, I love the fact that Hoffenheim have that. People come from far and wide. If you build it, they will come, or something like that. Right. Okay. That should be fine. Boggy's injured, isn't he? So yeah, that's gonna probably do. Holvoot's coming in because I think Saki... Oh, actually... You know what? I think just based on that Saki... Oh, by the way, we've started the season appallingly. Shamrock did win the second leg. I think it was 1-0. However... Oh, actually, I'll show you this first. Look at these draws. Shamrock Rovers got Sporting. And Sligo's reward for winning their group was Porto. That was what they got for winning their Europa League group, was to play against Porto in the second knockout round. We've absolutely had it here. They're probably two of the strongest sides left in the tournament, other than maybe Atletico. I'd say that those are the two, and Hertha are probably quite good these days too. But yeah, absolute madness. Yeah. So that's not ideal. I mean, if they pull through that, that's a miracle. Benfica, yeah, they won back-to-back Europa Leagues, and they also got to the Champions League final the season after that, Green Addicted. So they went Europa League, Champions League final, where they lost to, presumably, Chelsea, I think it was. Or was it Barca? They lost to someone there. Arsenal through. Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, maybe they could beat them, but I'm not particularly confident. Also, look at this guy's name. Donovan Lenfley. Love that. Just a great name. Just a great name. So there's barely been anything off stream. You might know it. Right, I want to show you something. The board are actually a little bit annoyed at me at the moment. As you can understand. Match on Iceland with an attendance of 500,000. Wow, that had to have been a bug. Because isn't that like literally more people than live in Iceland? Isn't it like 450,000? Yeah. Irish transfers. We checked that last stream. I don't think there was any new ones. Oh, hang on. Maybe there's a few. Nothing major. A couple of frees to Drogheda, and then obviously I loaned Vodja Nilsson to Sarpsborg just to get it. So basically what happened was, you saw us lose that game to Derry City. We also then lost to Dundalk in the next match, drew with Shamrock Rovers, then beat Sligo 5-0, and then drew 3-0 with Longford. Best part is, right? We've underperformed our points by 7 over only 5 matches. So we're still predicted top of the league, but we've had one of those starts. Absolute madness. It's proper Cape Town Spurs type of situation going on here. Ooh. I was going through, after recording videos yesterday, I went through all the Twitch clips for the year from 2020 FM22 to download them all to start working on the Twitch clips compilation. Fucking hell, there's some weird shit in there. Is it your attack? Yeah, it could be, but the thing is, we were playing that last season too. So it might just be a bit of random chance, because it's not like we're not playing well, it's just we're not scoring the goals for whatever reason. And I came across the clip of when we got sacked. Chelsea would have been like, oh, for sure. We have to talk about that. Tuchel is gone. If you'd have given me like a spread bet on, say, which 2 managers do you think are going to get sacked first this season, I would have instantly, and I'm sure a lot of you too, would have gone Lampard, Gerrard, right? Not Parker, Tuchel. Maybe you'd have had Parker, but not Parker, Tuchel, surely, as a combined entity. I would never have thought that. It's mental. I mean, I know they lost to Dinamo Zagreb, but I watched the highlights of that game, and it didn't look like Chelsea were even particularly good in that match, let alone, like, I know they lost 1-0, but, like, you can lose 1-0 while still having loads of chances. I wonder... Right, okay, I don't know if anyone will agree with me on this one. I'm about to have a football take. Ready? I think Potter to Chelsea would be one of the most boring things that could happen for the Premier League this season. Because one of the most interesting things about the Premier League this season is how Brighton are finally starting to be Brighton as it feels like they could have been, and Potter's work is paying off there. And then if they just went to Chelsea, it'd just be like, fucking hell. Can we just have some interest for like 6 months, please? Just give us something that isn't, well, the top 6 did some things. Give a shit. Like, just something different, please. Just hold on, Graham. Stay for a bit longer, please. I beg of you. Oh no, I've heard that Chelsea fans are a little bit unsettled about Tuchel. I was just surprised that it happened so quickly, I suppose. I just really want him to stay at Brighton and do a bit more there, right? The question is, it's like Bubble with a 24 months. That's a double year, or as it's otherwise known, 2. Thank you so much, Bubs. Moist United vibes. Yeah, I just don't want it to ruin his legacy. The man has become... He's got such high stock at the moment, and I know that's the reason why. Turja, thank you for the 19 months. How the devil are you on this fine Thursday? Hey, buddy Franklin. I'll probably just call you Franklin. How are you as well, my friend? Welcome in. Strikers, I mean, yeah. Didn't want to. But this is kind of what happened with Lampard at one point, wasn't it? Where he was great when they had no transfers to make and he was just managing the team. But then the moment that they started throwing signings at him, it seemed to go completely off the rails. And it doesn't feel like other Champions League, they've really ever sort of stabilised that. Bright made Europe. Yeah, and I saw a lot of people saying basically, oh, it's impossible. None of these sides are ever going to make Europe again. It's like, yeah, we forget West Ham. Do we forget West Ham? Like, I know West Ham are a bit, like, historically bigger than Brighton, but, like, they're still a small club compared to the other big 6 in the terms of stature in the current sporting levels. They still did it easily enough. Oh, and TCS as well with the 7 months. Thank you so much. And we're on a cheeky little heart train before we even get started. You'd love to see it. Zidane and Poch. Imagine if Poch went to Chelsea. Imagine Poch at Chelsea. Would Chelsea do that? Imagine how Spurs would react to that. And Abraham, yeah. I mean, to be fair, Tammy seems to be doing brilliantly. Actually, I say seems to be doing brilliantly. I've watched very little of Roma. I watched them in the Conference League final last year, and that's about it. But from what I've heard, he does seem to have settled in really nicely at Roma. Mourinho seems to be having a lovely time there as well. Oh my God. Morian with the 8 months now. Things you love to see. Thank you so much, my friend. Back at Spurs in 2023. Bold. Won't change nothing. I don't know, but then who do they need? Is that great of a manager? He does the fundamentals, but it's Brighton side are only showing its dysfunctional sides this year. True, but like you have to beat them. Neutral Normie, thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs. That's so kind. Wow. Presents, we'll do some presents. We've got to do presents at this point. Tammy does seem to be doing well, yeah. I know Brighton did lose to Fulham, and that is their only defeat of the season. But what I would say is, I still think they were the better side in that game. I know that a lot of their XG, when you look at it, comes from the penalty they got, but they, I think, still created a decent number of chances against us. It's just that Bernd Leno is an absolute rock. I'm so glad we have Bernd Leno. What a signing he has been. Can you see Zizou going anywhere else? Because he's only ever managed for Madrid, isn't he? In like the 2 stints or whatever. But like, where would I mean? He's got such high stock as well. 08. Thank you for the follow. They're going to need to have a plan, surely, right? Hey, Gully.
You came in summer.
Bus change. Thank you so much for the follow. Or bus change. Watch out for the bus changes. Careful. Wait for France. That would be fascinating, actually. Is it still Deschamps that's in charge of France? Are we winning it? Hopefully so, Gully. However, it's only 3-2. Speak of the fucking devil, chat. Juventus, managed by Thomas fucking Tuchel. I didn't realise that. I thought he was still Inter manager. There's a plot twist for you. He's actually going to take over. Oh, hello. That's different. I'll tell you what it is. So, that reminds me, chat. So, Sazmaz made me an updated version of Renzi skin, basically, that adds something really, really sick that we were talking about on the last stream. However, I think because it's the newer version of Renzi skin, it's going to add stuff that I didn't even know we had, because I haven't updated the skin for, like, 8 months. No, this is the first knockout round. So, we kind of need to not lose. Because going out here would be catastrophic, given how well we played in the first leg. Good block. Fuck it now. International was in December. True, actually. Yes, it's not that long to hang on, I guess. For fuck's sake. Well, that's the tie leveled up. We were 3-1 up in stoppage time in the last game. Updates he made. Like I said, I'll show you after the game. It's hard to explain. Basically, it has to do with the scouting screens. And yes, Drew, it is that. And it's beautiful. It's the scouting knowledge filters that we were talking about last stream. I can't believe that we're already behind here. We were 3-1 up in stoppage time, and then they got a goal out of nothing. Watch us go out here just on a whimper, because apparently this season we just can't win a match. Is this just the beginning of the end? I don't know what's going on this season. Because I even switched back to our normal tactic against Longford, and we still didn't win. Dundalk 1-0 up. Of course they fucking are. Go on, Dundalk. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's better. I'll have a version used before. No, that's awesome, Sazmaz, honestly. Christensen! Yes! 1-1. Come on. Oh, that might... That's offside. Oh, no, it's not. He's got his hands in the air. We're all right. It's allowed. Christensen's got his hands up. That's getting out. Yeah, come on. Oh, yeah, the last game should have been 4-1. Absolutely. Is Vettel... I don't know. I mean, you'd have to ask Saz. Because he basically adjusted the skin for me and then sent me a version of it. But yeah, no, this is brilliant, mate. Honestly, fantastic stuff. Just adding little things like that. I think that I like a lot of the Renzi stuff anyway, so just you adding that little tiny thing is just a dream. So the other Irish sides, this is their first leg. I know normally we come in on their second legs, but this time we're on the early round of things, so they're playing their first legs today. Yeah, they really do need to sort this. This is one of the things Ben was talking about the other day when we raided, is that's one of the most annoying things. Because the thing is, I swear I remember them saying to us that they were going to change that. And they kind of did, but it's still fairly obvious. Now that I've actually been finally told exactly what to look for. Oh, he's in again. Time to turn. Oh, that's missed the target. Removes that at this stage bit. I know it. Saz, if you can do that, that'd be lovely. I think you're streaming it. Oh, okay. That's fine. I just don't know because obviously it's not mine to distribute because it's Renzi. But yeah, I can definitely update the thingy with the link that Saz made for me. It's 2-0 to Dundalk. Dundalk are 2-0 up away at Bayern Munich. Oh, by the way, remember, chat, Dundalk won the first leg 1-0. They're 3-0 up on aggregate against Bayern Munich. What on earth? Speaking of, nope. Still 0-0s there. Right. as things stand, we're okay. But this is mental. Shamrock losing. Sligo 3-0 down in the first half. I can't believe they got such horrendous draws as... That was their... They won the group and they got Porto as a reward for it. Oh, don't concede another fucking corner goal. Okay, good. Great clearance. Nobody there, but great clearance. Hey, Icarus! Imagine if Dundalk actually reached the... Imagine if Dundalk... Imagine if they got further in the Champions League than us. As we are going to get FM'd in this game. I could just feel it. This is amazing. Oh. No one was in the Conference League, unfortunately. It's a shame, but that was just the Conference League. Remember, it was only Cork that were in the groups there, and then we had Bose that came fourth in their Europa League group, unfortunately. So yeah, we got no Conference Leaguers, sadly. Oh. Yeah, so the furthest the team ever got in the Europa League, in the Champions League, in the Nomads, in Norway, was Molde. They reached the quarterfinal once as well. Ball across, Trumovic. Oh my lord. This doesn't... Like, we're doing okay, but you just know how these games go. Stat was ahead of his time. Wait, what? What did I miss? Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, good point. Good point, well made. Oh, this is a tough one because we're winning the tie. It's probably just best to, like, big them up at this point, right? I can't believe Dundalk are doing that. I'm going to switch the Europa League to this screen because it's right. I want to keep an eye on Dundalk because they're right down the middle. And the others are both screwing the pooch massively. Okay, I might just turn it off of one of the box and just try and get some good balls into Christensen because that seems to be our best plan of action today as Valev's struggled a little bit. As has Sal, unfortunately, but we've got no Boggy on the bench. How do they catch him? Oh, hang on, I'll explain in a sec. Oh my god! Umbe Sal with an absolutely ludicrous goal line clearance there. That might have just saved us. Holy shit. So basically, the way that they caught him was, you know on the attribute graph page that we show for Valev quite a lot of the time, I believe he at one point showed one, and it was completely unrealistic, to the point where a player had gained like 6 in a certain attribute on like one day, which is obviously impossible. I think that's what happened. Anyone that knows the lore behind that a little bit more, chat, do be sure to correct me, but I think that's what happened. It was something like that. Because presumably he'd go through on like a certain day and he'd adjust all the attributes of the players. But then, of course, that's going to look like steps, massive jumps up in the on the graph. And you only ever see that usually on the negative side of things when a player loses a huge amount of like determination for, you know, random reasons. Miggy. Oh. I'm tempted to do this again, you know. Something about Sal's performance. I know he did that good goal line clearance, but I just feel like we might try this little random thing that we do sometimes. Holbrook's actually looking a bit shit too. I might make 3 subs here and just try to go with that. How dumb could you be? I mean, that dumb, I guess. Right doesn't disappear during highlights. Really? As in, when you say right, because do you mean this by the... I know that's the left-hand side, but... Because if this is not disappearing during highlights, I'll show you what I mean by that. I know you said right-hand side. If it's the right-hand side, then I have no idea. But if it is the left-hand side, it's because it's a pop-down, and if you click the time, it makes it, like, do that. Yeah, sorry, you can see it positively for determination, but it was the things like passing of Anicia. So, obviously, things that just will not go up in that kind of... They're more linear. Oh, that was stat up. This was years ago, by the way. Something that gets brought up every now and then, but it was years and years and years ago, like 2016? Might have even been earlier than that, actually. Has he felt others didn't match... Do the same thing? Yeah, I noticed that happened a few times as well. Not on this save so much. I think it was when I was at Tromsø. My Doff kept doing that. Oh, that was a shocking pass. Please no. Please no. Oh, God. I have a horrible feeling we go out on penalties in this tie. Actually gets an FM the same way you would install any other kits as well. I believe in the tutorial video I made, I do actually show you how to install them too. I might be wrong about that as we go behind here, obviously. Naturally. We got fucked in the first leg at the death. We should have won that first leg 4-1. 4-1, not 3-2. And now here we are. It just feels like an inevitability at this point. Oh, watch this. Corner goal, we lose. What a block. That's the second goal line clearance from that back post we've had today. Valor's been dreadful today, but we've got no more subs yet. I might do the other change, which is the through the middle thing. It's good. I can feel it happening. I can feel us watching Dundalk's knockouts for the rest of this stream at this rate. The Benfica team. We're not playing against Benfica. But we also do have a look up for things like that. Right, Radojicic. Oh, dangerous. Can I do a yell? Did I just do a yell? We've got like... Watch us lose it in the 93rd minute here. After dominating the first leg. Right, okay, ball into the channel for Christensen. This is more like it. If we win it here, I'll be very happy. Niakshu. Oh, it's Christensen. I have no idea what that was supposed to be. That was Radojicic at the back post, because it would have been Sal that was there before. So Radojicic was the hero the second time around. Valev, ball across. Christensen! Well, FM's here to fuck us again. I can't believe that's not gone in. You know where this is going. We all know where this is going. I can't with this game. It just feels like so often you have to just wade through this shite. Right, okay. Literally anywhere else he puts that. Right, so now we can bring Bilbia on for Valev because he's been dreadful today. One thing I'm also going to do is just see who's playing well for them. Oh, good, all of them. Ask an assistant again. Oh, my lord. Okay, sure. Just do a bit of that. Sort that out too. Weaker foot you. Basically anyone who's had any impact in this game. He's done okay. Right, okay. So what happens if we're sacked? I wasn't expecting this late in the save, honestly. I have no idea. Dundalk, however, are through to the next round of the Champions League. So, if nothing else, we do have Dundalk in the quarterfinals of the Champions League, as they are able to beat Bayern Munich, but we can't beat fucking Juventus. Bear in mind, Dundalk came second in their group. Bayern Munich won their group. I think their group might have even had Juve in it, actually, now that I think about it. Ramos. Bilbia. Here we go. Oh, Lord. Right, okay. Yeah, we'll just take over Dundalk. Oh. Now, we've got to have faith. I reckon we've still got a chance here, Christensen. Right, square it, please. What is he doing? This is Marcelo. This is Trotter all over again. How is he shooting from that angle? That's some full-on FM20 wide playmaker shit. Oh, the giant Mimir. Thank you so much for the 10 months. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Nordique Nomades is the best FN20 de série on YouTube.
Thank you.
Mat.
That's very nice. I have to talk to her about that later, actually, once we get out of this menace. We've actually got better in extra time. The hilarity is we've actually been better in extra time here. We're still going to go out on penalties. We're still going to go out on penalties. But at the very least, though we do have Swanetsky in goal, who's had a dreadful day. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Saz. Yeah, that'd be fantastic. I'll sort out the command for it later on. But yeah, if you want to drop it in the Discord, people can grab it from there as well. Oh, Ramos! Yes! Come on! Miguel Ramos with his first goal of the season, and it's Treaty 5, Juve 4. Of all the people to come up with the winning goal, I would not have put my money on Miguel Ramos. Radojicic, by the way, lovely little ball inside there. And Bilbia, that is beautiful. Bilbia, buttercup baby, don't you let me down. And he didn't either. Glorious. Right, now we just... Oh, hang on a minute. Trubovic with the breakaway. Fires it through. It's Bilbia again. Can he make it 4? No, we can't. Oh. It's a great chant, James, honestly. Was it you that came up with that? Because I just had it stuck in my head the moment that happened. Oh my God, I thought it was Ramos again. Thank you, sir. So yeah, guys, if you want the skin as I'm using it with the cool thing that I'm going to show you after the match, then yeah, it's in the graphics section of the Discord. We'll update a command for it so that it actually shows it properly soon, but we'll, for now... I'm going full Zealand mode here, by the way.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
Get shitted on, Juve. Olympic Links, thank you so much for the follow. Also, Sammy, how's it going? How's your hangover from last night? Oh, dear. That's glorious. I mean, by the way, look at us from this point onwards. Dominant. Absolutely dominant. How on earth we've had to win this tie 5-4, by the way, is maddening. But Miggy Ramos, the hero. Okay. Both us and Dundalk are through. That's incredible. I might avoid the sack after 27 years. No, 28 years. Oh. Oh, I bet there was some proper shithousery. And I got the autosave on as well. It's for hiring John Smith. We beat an old lady. Dundalk. I can't get over that. Bayern Munich 0, Dundalk 3 in the Champions League knockouts. How dare you suggest that I can't handle alcoholic beverages? I mean, I've seen you, is my point. You have a history of getting drunk and then laying under tables. Like, notoriously so. Can we draw Dundalk? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Right, before that, though, I'm going to do the lookup for the Benfica team. Now that we've got a chance to celebrate that. So, last night, it was Rocket League's brand new season, and I decided, myself and Sam and my other mate, to do our placement matches. We lost all 10 of them in threes. All 10 placement matches. I've never done that before. So I went from, right, the cusp of champ to clinging to diamond. Oh, it's appalling. Eswell, thank you for the 7 months. Hope you're great on this fine Thursday. To follow. Yeah, I was doing some time-wasting links. You know the way that Zealand will, like, I know this because he did this against me once in Showdown, where we went, I think it was 0-0 in both legs, and we just went to pens to see who would go through, basically. And it's just to do with things like, you know, the slow the tempo down, shorter passing, time wasting, set pieces, all that jazz. It works, though. For the most part, it does work. I mean, to be fair, we were on top in that game, and we probably could. Why did I didn't actually show the team, did I? One sec. Seeing time wasting when he doesn't know it. Bless him. I haven't seen those moved lately. Let's go and have a look at their team. So the best player, in terms of value anyway, is this man here, Francisco Fernandes. So manager for centuries. So yeah, you can Viva El Principe. So basically the way it works is when you hit 100 years old in game, your age just stays at 100 at that point. Now, I don't know if the game knows something about the Fountain of Eternal Life, but that's basically what happens. If you ever hit 100, you can just consist forever. For example, Smorey, the save that he's done is like, what, 300 years into the future now that he's played all of them as well. And his manager presumably is just locked at 100, right? Tables off. They do actually. Good point. What about that fire grate? Explain that. Roy Hodgson. Also, Big Roy. Big old owl. As for... Maybe they've got a hot prospect. We should be able to see a hot prospect, right? Oh, they actually don't have a hot prospect. That's bizarre. Also, Johan Wisser is the manager of Benfica. And was the Atletico manager. Oh, he's been there for 6 years now, actually. So he's the guy that won them the Europa Leagues. Travelling around the world. 2020. That's insane, though. 300 seasons. Yeah, so it's a streamer called Smorey. It's not 300 seasons. It's not far off, though. I think, is he still on FM18, I believe? He streams the save. Is he at Barry Island? Or Barry something? I forget. They got any cool nationalities? Serbian. How did you get a Serbian without me knowing? Sebastian Leon as well. FM50. No way. That's insane. Do they really hard news? I had no idea that. That makes a lot of sense. They've got a Libyan too. Mohamed Boulashraoud, who's pretty solid. Smuggle him out. And Aviv. I thought they said a butt kiss. That'd be much, much better. They're quite an old team in a lot of places, don't they? What's their young... What a great first name. Herlander. There can be only one. It's just the Lady Highlander. Viva butt kiss. Where's Amanda hug and kiss when you need her? It's actually in the Bible. Oh, fair one. And lo. Sorry, I'll do it in Nomad's voice. And lo, should you reach a century in the employ of a sports team, you are cursed to live immortal until you win the Champions League with Rushden and Diamonds. And it was good. And so on. Oh, could be him. It could be Smorey, yeah. Right, so that's £8 million, which helps get us a cheeky bit of money. We like money here. Yes. Yes, much better. I'll keep the same save forever. True. That genuinely is a factor. But then I also, and I know this comes back to, but Matt, aren't you one of those people? Yes. But how many people actually do that? Maybe it's quite a lot. I don't know. Isn't it the agreed playing time? Aha! You're right. I mean, to be fair, the season's brand new, but what I would say is I'm going to have a chat with their manager, because this is one of the examples we were talking about. So I'm going to basically give him a yelling. He's playing often enough. That's not true at all. He's playing more often. My fault. Yeah, good. You sort that, Martin, or I'm going to come along and shave off your ice gem haircut, you big bellend. So I'll tell him once. Sometimes they sort it out. If they don't, he's getting recalled. Because there's no point in having him out there if he's just taking up squad slots for people for no reason. Last game without 3D. Was it really? That's kind of sick, actually, Jumpman Mir, in fairness. I imagine that FM's really good for that sort of stuff, particularly if you're on, like, doing a lot of business travel and things like that. Where's the draw? Ah! Right then. So, for those of you wondering what it was specifically that Sazmaz changed about the skin, can you figure it out from this screen, and can you then figure out why that's fucking amazing? It's a tiny little thing, but it's such an important factor that should be in the base game, for my money. It's awesome. So basically, now we have a separate column for knowledge level percentage. And this is so fucking important because, as you know, half the time, reports when they first come through can be very misleading about a player if they're very under knowledge, right? And often, a player can go from 5-star potential to being like 2-star potential once they're fully knowledge, right? But particularly when we get to the point of us doing scouting, when we're doing our transfer window streams, we want to be looking at players who we have higher scouting knowledge of, which means I can now filter by knowledge level, then potential, and that will then give us a much better idea of who's actually potentially going to be any good or not. And it's a game changer. It's just... Plus, it also means that we could go, okay, cool, we don't know much about these guys, so let's just go to the very bottom of this list, and we can just get rid of them. So if you want the skin, it's in the Discord in the graphics channel now, and it's amazing. It's just Rentsy's skin with this one tiny little addition on top of it. It's... for being played in 1 year for the first place. I suppose so. But to be fair, imagine what you could do with Building a Nation if we had 2 years to do it. Like, and admittedly, I would never want to play this, say, for 2 years because it's so broken. But then, if they were actually able to push things that would genuinely fix stuff like that, and but they have to change their entire code base to do that, though, that's the problem. Because certain things that were just not able to be fixed like that. But, yeah, this is fantastic. So, obviously, this will keep these guys... at the moment, most of these guys are fully scouted. But what I will do now is just sort my knowledge level. And... actually, first we'll just get rid of anyone who's not great. Although they're all decent, which is perfect. Because now, I can get my knowledge level instead. And then anyone who's sort of under... sort of 80%. And by the way, it seems like the green bar is a bit random sometimes. I've seen this show up as, like... it seems 75% is what gives you the green bar. Just so Holly should get it fixed. I'm just going to blame Holly for everything now. So now we've got 10 guys... 10 guys here that are 80% or higher scouted. And we can see that without having... because obviously the green bar does actually explain that to you. That's what that means. The problem is that you can't sort using the green bar. It would only sort it by the recommendation and not the amount scouted. It's amazing. Oh. So McMinn... oh, I'm still tempted at some point to go back in for McMinn. If we go really deep into the Champions League, he might be... what about this, chat? If we get, like, Champions League final again, I reckon Scott McMinn might be our, like, treat to ourselves for reaching so far into the tournament. Because I think he's fantastic, and we kind of want to get on him fairly quickly. He is injury prone, admittedly, but I think he might be one of the guys that could be next level, potentially, for us. So, Janino. He's injured. He's got it. All right, cool. Long-term injury. Sorry, Janines. Didn't like you in EastEnders. Don't like you now. Nicolo Nascioriti, he's fine, but pretty average for the most part. But now that we know that they're at this level, we can triage it way easier. Yeah, he's only 16. John Lucas. One thing I have noticed, though, is it has removed the nationalities of the players from this list. That's the one thing that I would say is a little bit, not annoying, but like I would like to not have that. Yeah, is that it has taken the nationalities off of this. And that's kind of useful when we're doing the, you know, the hunt for weird nationalities. Although it does make it more of a surprise, is what I would say. Oh, for sure. There's loads of Janino regens. There's tons of them. So John Lucas. I don't want him as a keeper. Error reach is way too low even for his age. The question, chat, is what is his second nationality? I reckon he has to be American. You can fix that. Oh, sick. Afghan. John, I feel like it has to be American just because I feel like maybe Canadian. No second nationality. Imagine none. Love it. John Lucas de Souza Ventura. Fair one. No second nationality. Love that. Uzbek. Still don't want him, but that's kind of sick. Wellington Anicheto. And he is a bit Cheto, isn't he? He's just not particularly quick. He's okay crossing. Good decisions, I suppose. I might scout him a bit. Oh, he's on loan. Who's he on loan from? Ah, it's ATM. That's fine. What about Felipe Manuel Forte? Oh, he's a centre mid. Met Salah with torn knee ligaments. And he's not all that good, is he? Get rid of you as well. But it just allows triage so easily now. When we've got that information there, it's so much better than us having to look through, like... Because before what I was doing is I was going through the list looking for anything with the green bar, knowing that there are a certain level of scan. But now we could just use 80% as a cutoff point. Amazing. Emiliano Salvatore, he sounds like a mafia don. Hello. Spirited personality as well. I reckon we get more information on him. Good finishing. Solid mentals for 18 years old. Decent technicals. Decent passing. I like him. ICX, thank you so much for the... Not for the follow, for the 20 months. That's even way better. Holy shit, thanks so much. He is a bit AM, isn't he? Although the finishing is really solid too, though. Oh, did I say thank you for the follow, Saphead? If I didn't, thank you so much. He's a little slow, but think DLF, which is what he is. I reckon we scout him further. I reckon I want a full report on him. Daniele Kosu. Good mentals. But who's he wanted by? Milan. Okay. I mean, mate, you're already at Milan. Jesus. Just wants to cross the city. He's got solid temp poles. He's not awful either. I think he just ended up being a bit too expensive for what he is. That's the problem with players like that, being at clubs like Milan and Inter. Maximiliano Otero. Okay, striker poacher. Oh, he's just painfully slow. Other striker. To be fair, Anna, the reason I like the other guy is he's a bit Vosterek. He could kind of do a bit of both. He's definitely going to get more game time this season for sure. Yeah, for me, he's just not good. And then there's also this guy, but he's £66 million, so we get rid of him straight away because we can't just sign him. Doesn't have to move house. I suppose that is a good point. I'm going to shortlist McMiniman. Sorry, Scott McMinn. Henry Lucas. I think it's just because, I guess John Lucas is the name, isn't it? Rather than being like... Isn't there like, there was a UFC fighter called something Lineker, wasn't there? If I recall. So that's St. Pat's today. Hello, Pogs. So we've now got... When's the draw? Must be after this game, I suppose. But we're going to be able to sit this one anyway, so we're all good. Bearded Child now with the 27 months. 27 fucking months. That is ridiculous. Thank you so much.
Good to say forgot to redeem this amount was showing the spandex short earlier so 7,777,777,777,777.
Oh, I even predicted how that was going to end. I've actually learned the way that Mattia's rhythms go when he's about to get to the end of a sentence, because he sort of finishes off almost like a flourish. It's actually quite clever. I like that. Ah, dear. Pog was being very nice to me, yes. Pog did one of her Pog things last night in that I was being spirally. I was every now and then, every like couple of months, I'll just have one of those days where I'm just feeling like, oh, I'm crap at my job, blah, 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 blah. No one cares. And all Pog did this time around was I was just sort of sat there being mopey. This was like midnight last night. And then she just started reading off the comments from last night's video, which of course I hadn't seen yet because it was the evening and I'd been playing Rocket League all night. And that was just so, some of them were so nice. It just made me feel happy, you know? Matt Spandex Shorts again. Oh. Please do try to contain your erections. I realised I said that really loud. My neighbour's outside. They're just like, what the fuck is that guy up to now? Playing the Civic? Nah. I've literally just an Octane main. I'm boring like that. I had the NASCAR one for a bit, and just cause, but that I just can't. I just like the... I do be liking just pure old... Also, I just love that you redeemed a database lookup of my shorts. You know what? Just for that, I'm refunding your points. It's all aftershock. Yeah, it is for you, isn't it? Oh. Again, that was Pog's fault. Trip to the capital of Venezuela. Show off my Caracas. Wow, Swineski's been dreadful lately, hasn't he? Where is our other goalkeeper, by the way? You're in the first team, right? Yeah. Why the hell is he not starting? I need to make him start. Just if he starts regularly, he'll just overtake Swineski, who's genuinely been awful. Right, let's see if I can rectify this now. Do I go back to this? Yeah, fuck it. Why not? I know I'm going to have to change the keeper again in a sec, but... Oh, now they've put him on the bench. That's weird. Right, there he is. So, Valev and Bilbia. No, we want Christie there too. Manea, Freeze, Tribovic, Sal, Holvoot, Nesda. Okay, that's fine. Couldn't play much. Not much, because he's only just come in. And often when I was doing those off-stream games, I keep forgetting to put him in the team. But, I mean, Swineski's performances lately have been appalling. I'd say the best signing we made last stream was probably that striker, right? Was it Bello? Where's he gone? There he is, Diego Bello. He was the best signing we made last stream, I would say. I think he's decent. Loaning up players to be a fringe player for the loan club. I find that they just seem to play, and if they don't, you can just recall them, right? So I feel like it's worth the risk, because you'll find that if they don't play, then you just take them back, and if they do, then you kind of get the best of both worlds, right? I've got to balance it out, Neutral normally. I can't be too wholesome at any one time. Your shin hurts. What are you doing? How tall am I? I'm like 5'10", 5'11". Do something. Don't maybe get the other leg out, Anna. All right. Oh, yeah, he's good, isn't he? How much was he? 5 million. For 5 million, I think he was a decent bid. He's not the quickest, but he's very Jan Vosterek, right? He's just... The camera adds 7 inches. That's spandex shorts in the game. Oh, imagine. Actually, let's see if there's a guy called Spandex or something related to spandex. Okay, well, that's not quite what I was expecting. It's just loads of letters. Spindle! Who are you? Narita. That sounds Japanese. Wait, what? Overview? Competitions? What? That sounds Japanese, Matt says, while there's an entire squad of Japanese... Oh! They've got a North Korean in there! Pack me young, ill? Yes, I will. Lovely news. God, that's going to have to go in the compilation then. I'll have to keep adding clips. It's already got, I think, 22 minutes worth of clips, which obviously will be cut down slightly, but bugger me. There's some mad shit in there. Like, old stuff from the past. I don't think I actually can, because he's a grayed out player at their club, so you're not allowed to touch him. That is North Korean, so we're not allowed to. Big Kim will get annoyed at us. Oh, dear. Right. Am I still on team selection? I am. Right, okay, good. Let's do that. Wait, someone knackered? Oh, that's the back of the team. Right, okay, cool. Boop. We'll just continue to not be good in the league. If we can't beat St. Pat's by at least 5, I'll be disappointed. Take your phone with you next time, Leafy. Hey, there we go. That's more like it. Treaty, you're back. Backstreet's back, all right? That's more like it. Also, Longford have already started off the season with a cheeky win against St. Pat's. Looking tasty. Also, Derry City, top of the league. Speaking of herpes, oh, believe it. I'll tell you what, I'm going to read you the titles of some of these clips, because I had to give them titles that I would remember so that I could slot them into things. So we've got things like... A feature is a feature. That's a real recent one. There's Get Fucked Liechtenstein, Randy Hobbs. Headphones Go Bye-Bye. I Am a Masochist. Double Dab Sneeze. Tips for the Bedroom. Dave scores to 43 years old. Bowling Ball. Anyone remember that one? Flag Quiz Pussy Magnet. Fat on Cake. Please ignore the sound that just came out of my mouth. Chateau Nerf Your Flaps. Do you like visualizers? Justo Cornejo. Cornea Off the Cob. Pog Froth. Fake Nose Falling Off Beta. Dance Like a Pink Flamingo. Alice's Pictures. Eat My Fudge. Falling Out of a Loft. MSN Slinky. Quasimodo Had a Career as a Bell Ringer. What else we got? Ooh Big Pino. Motorboating TOS. Juliet PS2 Hagrid. 26 Years of Hurt and the Shoe Incident. That's the current. There's a few more in there too that I haven't said, but yeah. That's what we've got coming up. Hello, Michael. How the devil are you, my friend? I was going to message you, actually. The Chateau Nerf de Flaps thing is one of my favourite things of the entire year. Just incredible. Spinners update. Thank you so much, man. That's awesome. I will sort that after stream. For now, it's fine. Just be a big surprise. I'm excellent, my friend. How's work? How was stream last night? I need to get anybody on new streams because I have to share my update. And by update, I mean resub. Because I don't cancel these things. Below Fusion. Central Defender, that's fine. You can stay. Right. Okay, so we're playing Dryder. That's fine. When's this bloody Champions League draw, by the way? Like, do we get one at any time soon? The 20th. Wow, that's ages away. Speaking of, by the way, Europa League. So they're playing... Okay, they play on the 18th, so that's fine. They're not going through. Come manager. No, they actually didn't. I don't think either of them became managers in this save. I find that it's Ronaldo that tends to become a manager in most of my saves, but not this one as it goes. Yeah, considering it was only us that did... Oh, no, it was us and Dundalk, technically, wasn't it? So, point being... Wait, we've gone back above Italy? No way. If we hang on to 4th spot this year, this would be a miracle. What happened with Italy? Did they lose a load of teams? Inter are out. Milan are out. Juve are out. Oh, Chateau. It might be... We might actually be able to stay above Italy. Is there anyone... So Inter are gone. Milan are gone. Juve are gone. There's no Italian sides in the knockouts of the Champions League at all now. None in the Europa League, as far as I can see. Was there anyone knocked out first round? Lazio. So Lazio are gone as well. Have they got anyone left? Imagine if that was just it for Italy. Let me just check the first knockout round to make sure. Atalanta are gone. Roma. It's just Roma. The only Italian side left in Europe is Roma. We might actually sneak top 4. That I thought for all intents and purposes we were going to lose top 4 this season, but the fact is it's just Roma that are left, and they're 3-1 down to Gladbach. Glorious. So if Gladbach knock them out, then there's a very strong chance that we're probably going to hang on to 4th this year and get yet another season of top 4, which for the money for the other teams is pretty surprising. Because at some point we're going to drop out of the top 4 again, but the longer we can put it off, the better it is for the other sides. That's amazing. So Mike, your birthday on the weekend. Any plans? Oh dear, Pantev's had his pants pulled down apparently. Well, you have to with the pulled calf muscle. Yeah, United have been very Europa in this save. Here we go again. Look at this. Right. Little check on that one. Anyone fallen off the bottom? Yes, you have. Lovely dupes. Then we go to this. Then we go to BAM. Sort by knowledge level. Wow, they're all 65 or lower. Bam. Right click. Boom. No nothing about there. Smash. Oh. As if our scouting couldn't be any more streamlined. Here we are. Just a little party. Oh, you'll have to see it. I don't know why. I said that as if I didn't know. Like, I truly could act surprised. Is it Saturday that there's a rail strike? Oh, by the way, Espen Falconos has gone to Dynamo Kiev. I'm fairly certain he's linked up with one of our former players there too, and I can't remember who it was. Is it Karpanu that was at Kiev? Yep. So they're now playing together. Boom boom splash ASMR. Should we go through the youth teams manually? Yes. The international youth teams, that is, yeah. I do what I do in the scouting video I made, basically, but this is now going to make that even better. Maybe we'll have to do an addendum. No, that's not worth a video. But maybe I can put it in something else. It's going good, Rob, actually, yeah. We've just had, for the first time in this save, another Irish side has got through to the quarterfinals of the Champions League, which is amazing. I think that only ever happened once in Norway, right? Fairly certain of it. Mate, you're still... Nah, you played in both of the games against Bayern. You're staying. Found a 90% same lazy solution. Interesting. Do tell. Andrew, no. That's the 20th time that Andrew's not turned up for training. Bud, how am I ever going to keep you around? I mean, I am going to keep you around, of course, but sickening. We could technically get... Hang on, chat. Am I correct in saying that we could get Dundalk in the next round of the Champions League? Because I think the same nation thing only applies for the first knockout round, right? It doesn't apply to the quarterfinals. Oh, Wanky Bedtime got a call up for the... He's actually developing. Man's getting under 20 caps for Cameroon now. Who's our worst player? Oh, worst player would probably be... I say Neslo? It's gone reverse this time. He's not allowed back there. Things me and Andy have in common. Getting drunk in a Pizza Express. Oh, dear. Magna Tutu. Yeah, weirdly, that wasn't in the... Where did you see that clip, or Husby? I need to get that in the compilation. Weird. He's dreadful, isn't he? Useless player. Wanky Bedtime. Wanky Bedtime's going up in the world. What is Wanky Bedtime's actual name? And bear in mind, if I remove his nickname, his name is still Wanke Betime. It doesn't, for some reason, the Wankaway bit, as far as I know, doesn't appear in his name for whatever reason. I think it's like a nicknamey thing. He gets free coffee for his 20th absence. He gets like one tiny small margarita pizza. Hey, look, would you believe it? The game at Head in the Game Park has been the only team ever in this save that we have had matches postponed because of Waterlogged Pit. He's always draw header. Oh, God. How did this never... Why did I not see it? I guess since we're embarrassing me mode.
Bring on the Pilgerheim!
This is Dean's house.
I'm stuck on the chair. I'm stuck on the chair. Okay. If I could do it with a press up, does that count? But that shows how muscular I am.
I will explain the context in a minute, don't worry. Am I wearing eyeliner? Oh yeah, you bet your ass I am.
Right.
It gets worse. There is a reason I'm doing what I'm doing. So basically, there's a longer clip than that. But basically what happened was, and I cannot stress this enough. So the reason I'm dressed the way I am, firstly, is because we went to a party where it was a music genre party, if I recall correctly. So I was emo, also like alternative emo stuff. So I was wearing like an old Alter Bridge shirt, and Emma put eyeliner on me, etc., etc., etc. The tutu wasn't originally part of the outfit. My other friend, who you'll know from chat, Twozuk, was baby metal at this particular party. And he had a tutu on, of course. I borrowed his tutu because it was like midnight and we were pissed. But we were playing a game that we always play at parties called the Cereal Box game. And I highly recommend this if you're ever absolutely wasted at a party. It's extremely good fun. What you do is you take a cereal box. Obviously, that's a Brewdog box, but same kind of point. The super bad deleted scene. I don't know what scene you mean. And the idea is basically that every person has to pick up the cereal box from the floor without using their hands, but they're not allowed to touch the floor with their hands either or put their knees on the floor. So it has to be standing up in some manner, right? And then every round you go around and everyone has to do it. If you then succeed, and if you don't succeed, you're just out. But if you do succeed, part of the cereal box is cut off and it gets smaller and smaller and smaller until you're literally trying to pick up like just a flat piece of cardboard from the floor with like your lips trying to suck it off the floor, basically. Highly recommend it. What did I miss? Well, that's what you missed, Sam. I don't know when this was. It was years ago. Obviously, it was pre-COVID. That much we do know. Ain't going to be licking no cereal boxes otherwise. Oh, dear. The quiet game. I think if I'd have been playing the quiet game, none of this would have happened. Oh, the socks are holding me back. You're right. One of the things, also a pro tip, just changing into like boxers or something is remarkably... am I wearing boxers in that clip? Yes, they're hidden under the tutu. You need the mobility to mop the floor eventually. Yeah, eventually. It's just real slow mopping the floor. You have a new drinking game involving clear spirits. Is the game drink more clear spirits than anyone else? The laugh makes the video. What? The... Hang on. Who is that laughing? Is that Charlotte? Oh, dear. Didn't do a box just one. Yeah, of course you did. TikTok, you would kill all the girls. I have a TikTok, damn it. And I already have all the girls I need. Pogs. Easier adding youth dudes to your scouting list. If you have the biggest scouting package you can, just filter any player in the search results with under 19 minimal youth caps 1. Then add all the players you have no knowledge. Just hit the next time. Problem though is, as far as I'm aware, you can only scout 50 players at a time. So you'd still have to go through that list in like 50 player blocks, surely. I can see how that would definitely speed things up a little bit, but I feel like you're going to miss people doing that and also have the same problem where you have to do it in 50 player blocks anyway. Because as far as I know, you can only add that get scout report on 50 players at once.
There's a train coming anytime soon.
Oh dear.
Yes,
Reed and
building it
Beeson
now.
Aya, thank you so much for the follows. Was it the tutor that did it? Still a lot quicker. I don't find my methods that slow, honestly. I just want to make sure I don't miss anybody, you know? Hosting challenge has gone away. Yes. Yeah, so raiding's still going to be a thing. The only thing I can see that's a downside of the hosting thing is auto-host this. So when you go to my page when I'm not live and one of my friends is live, they'll just be on my stream. And I kind of like that, just because you get a chance to promote other people that way. And I don't know how often that's used, but it's still kind of a thing you'd want to see, right? Okay, so here we go. Champions League quarterfinals. Barca, Chelsea, Man United, Real Madrid. And then on the weird side of the draw, Benfica, Dundalk, PSG, and us. Do you know what the best case scenario is? Like, truly the best case scenario is Dundalk get Benfica and we get, like, Barca or someone like that. That's, or PSG, perhaps. Or we get Dundalk and it's just an absolute meme fest. I think that's also a fun scenario, and it will at least guarantee one of us into the semis. But...
Fiona!
Ah, dear. Emerald Star. Thank you for the follow. 50 player limit. I think it's just to stop you from just spamming it out, which is understandable, really, because the way you used to be able to do it is you go to the youth intake page and you could just... Well, there. Chelsea wouldn't be that bad. True, since we already have... But then Sod's Law, chat. We beat Chelsea... Do you remember how Chelsea beat us at Stamford Bridge earlier this season as well? Right, let's do this. Oh, imagine if we got Dundalk, though. That would be funny as all hell. Oh, give them Dundalk. Give them Dundalk. Oh, no. Oh, not Man United. Okay, so it's Dundalk versus Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League quarterfinals. I don't know. I feel like Dundalk could take them. They've beaten teams like these guys. They beat Bayern 3-0 on aggregate. Like, Dundalk, remember, Bayern won their group. Who else was in Bayern's group? Was it like a really easy group or something? So put it this way. Dundalk beat Bayern extremely comfortably. We only scraped past Juve, who were second in the very same group. So, Dundalk showing us how it's done is my point. Right, what about a semi-final draw? Imagine if we got the winner. Imagine. Oh! It's Dundalk or PSG versus Chelsea or Treaty United. If we beat Chelsea and Dundalk pull off a miracle, it will be an all-Irish Champions League semi. Oh! It avoids the all-Irish final, unfortunately, but it would be an all-Irish semi. Would be insane. Resign so we can watch the Dundalk game. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. If Dundalk beat us, they beat us. That would be incredible. They'd be in a Champions League final. That'd be astonishing. It's always Chelsea in it. How are Dundalk so strong? Because we've made them big and strong. That's the whole point of the save. They have actually achieved things. It's incredible. No, they haven't actually won anything, in fairness. That's incredible. Right, what was I going to check? And they can't... To be fair, Dundalk's squad is pretty strong. Even without. But you're right. If we played them in a semi, we would still absolutely hammer them. Sadly. Because they wouldn't be allowed to. Or maybe they would. I don't know if that applies to Europe or not. Liga Cup. Maybe? I'll take on someone going, you managed Dundalk before Treaty? No. I've managed Treaty from day one in this save. We managed... So it's 28 seasons in now. We've managed Treaty every single second of the save. I've never managed any of the other sides in this save. All the development they've had has come by proxy. So with loans and development like that. How many players on loan from Dundalk? It is quite a lot. I think they have the most still of anyone. And they've got good players too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They've got 13 guys on loan for us. But you can see they've actually got... Look, for example, they've got a guy here who's 3.5 stars now in our team. Still, the value on him is utterly shocking. But this is the kind of quality that they've got in their team because of us. But still, it works. Right, okay, let's just get rid of any dead weight at the bottom of this list. Oh, it's just him. That's interesting. The problem with him, I think, is he's just got quite a low ceiling and he probably still costs us a couple of million. And I just don't think it's worth it at this point, given the money situation we're in at the moment. Right, anyone who's got good knowledge level? Anyone above 80? Oh, there's a couple. We'll send the rest of these around the loop again. Oh, so Scott Terry is the American guy who we got from MK Dons, who would just never get a loan in Ireland, so I just loaned him to Miami. I hope they fix that. I hope they fix so many things, right? Yeah, they've never... The other problem is, because they're on loan, they never get bids on them, ever. Which is a great way of allowing us to keep their players, which is kind of fancy. Rigel would start... Like, literally, some of those Dundalk players, some of them would start a Treaty. Rigel would start a Treaty, for sure. Demiri probably would be a backup midfielder for us in our team. Vukotic wouldn't really fit our style, so he would never play. Glucevic was here for a while, actually, and he's a solid wing-back, but not, like, for us, probably. Viggers, there's no way he'd play for us, right? He's good, but he's not, like... He's not even as good as, like, Limburg was, for example. Larrañaga, he was never actually that amazing, but he's turned into a solid player, actually, and he's obviously Irish now, which is hilarious. Below Shafijian, solid, if not spectacular, but Olsen would definitely be our backup left wing-back. He's better than Radojicic, for sure. Some of the Irish that are coming to bite, they never do, though, because the gap in quality between us and them is still so large that our players very rarely want to sign for them. We actually, one of them did bid on our first choice goalkeeper, but he said no. Is in the view by default. No, it's not. It's a brand new version of the skin that Sazmas made for me. So it's the same skin, but he's added some lovely extra bits on it as well. And Hanush is a really solid striker as well. Not the greatest finishing in that, but he's still been able to score loads of goals for them over the years. Hey, Captain Ginger. How it be happening? Oh, you're going to love this. And then obviously Pedersen is another extraordinary. They've got really good left wing back spots. He's really recovered. Oh, and Abradovic is also very good. He's pretty solid. Yeah, the rest of the Irish sides are improving as well, El Revelador. So, for example, Shamrock Rovers have won the Conference League in this save. We've had other teams go quite deep into the Conference League. We've had, I think, Dundalk got to the semis of the Europa League as well. But this is the first time we've ever had another Irish side get to the quarterfinals of the Champions League. So, what you're going to love is this. Quarterfinals of the Champions League. Dundalk are in it. They beat Bayern Munich 3-0 on aggregate. And they're playing PSG. If they beat them, we have to play against them if we beat Chelsea. The winner of our ties play each other. Who'd be your top left wing backs? Oh, I don't know actually, James, because I was going to talk about this later on stream actually. Niakshu surely is the best left. Although, if we were doing the regret 11 thing we were talking about, I feel like Dia would have to be in that list. Yeah, I just don't think he's that amazing. And this guy is up to 83%. Unless we can also see how much extra scouting we're going to get for a week. Because he was at like 80 before, wasn't he? So we'll just send him around again. Bjarni Stenson. God, no. The worst one is Aquino. Silvio Aquino. If I can sell him to another side on that save for like 10 million quid. Insane. So basically, El Revelador, no, because FM is broken. So the attractivity part of it is one of the most annoying features about it. So we still have players that are playing non-league in like the African third divisions, like for Cote d'Ivoire, that won't talk to us because they still seem to think that we're at like the 40th best league in Europe, even though we're not. And the money in the league has barely changed at all in terms of sponsorship or television income. The only money changes have come from the teams actually qualifying for the Champions League. It's been abysmal the way that it's not scaled at all this year. But chat doesn't need me to go on about that again. It's a shame. It's all I can really say. It's definitely been worse than last year. Lubin has started another meet. Nice. Oh, Lubin's getting quite good, isn't he? Any other ones that need a coaching course? Nope, you're already on one. Dabo? Nope, you're on one as well. Juliet, perhaps? Nope, PS2 Hagrid still knocking about. Milosevic? Nope, he's already doing one, I guess. Anyone else in here that I've forgotten about? We have so many football players in this list. It's incredible. Emmett Doran as well has completed his coaching qualification. Not that it's going to make much difference to Big Emmett, but we're going to try. He'll do his best. Well, the thing is, Revelador, the worst thing about it is that it was actually better last year. So it's actually got actively worse this year. Things definitely improved better last time around. So I wouldn't hold your breath. What we're going to be doing before we do the save next year is we're going to be actually changing some stuff in the pre-game editor to do with things like transfer preferences of the clubs to enable them to just be a little bit more realistic in the late game. Because otherwise, it's not going to be fun. Hover over the match rate for players. It has some info about why they put... Does it really? Whereabouts? On what screen? I'm curious now. Made it work by using it... Oh. Oh, yeah, because that was when I was trying to play out the Regista style, wasn't it? Fascinating. So, as a roaming playmaker. Okay, interesting. That's Not that I want to change the Nomads tactic, because I actually do really like it, but still. Irish Legions, at least. Not one tiny bit. Because dynamic youth rating is utterly broken, El Revelador. Luckily, that wasn't something we were trying to do. But if it was, we'd have been very disappointed. The end goal of the save is to try to get Ireland to #1 on the coefficient chart. So, i.e. the best league in Europe. But as you can see, we're currently 3rd, but we're going to move to 4th this year. It's very, very difficult, because you can't do this by yourself. Hence why the other Irish sides matter so much. RPM. I'm going to have a look at that, maybe. Because that'd be a really good role for one of the specialists I've got from that team. Next game, save B. So it's still building a nation because I want to have it one last go with some of the changes we're going to make pre-game. We're also not going to start the save the moment the game comes out. We're going to wait like a week or two to let there be a couple of updates. And then we're also going to do a few things in the pre-game editor. Things like changing some of the stuff to do with the nation itself and also the transfer preferences of the teams. Because the problem with the Irish teams is they have this huge transfer preference to only sign Irish players a lot of the time, especially from only English and Scottish clubs. Whereas if they had less of that bias, they'd be signing from like Spanish teams and all that shit. So we're going to have to mess with that as well. Because otherwise it's never going to be realistic later down the line. But yeah, so it's going to be building a nation. It'll be Hungary with MTK Budapest. That's the plan. I'll get to those lookups in a second. Let me just set this team up. I might put Bello in, actually. So we've not got Champions League for a little while, right? I might give Mi Bello a chance to start. What's in pre-game will you be doing this? Yes! So what I'll do, like we did the same thing this year, El Revelador. So with the so at the very start of the save, I did put the save file up, and also the slightly edited version that we used, which just added like an away kit, basically. The youth written by European stats. I was surprised actually. Yeah, I was looking at that, and I was surprised at how low their youth rating is. But yeah, what we'll do is we'll put, once I've made the database we're going to use with the slight changes, I'll put that in the Discord so people can start with that as well. Hey, Scott! Paulson Chelsea. Well, I actually I had a little rant about it earlier, Scott. I think it'd be extremely boring for football. Also, Scott, big shout out to you, by the way. I was going through and doing downloading clips for the compilation video, and I realized just how many of those you were responsible for. So big shout out to Scott for taking so many clips over the last year, especially. I would say more than half of the clips that are going to be in the compilation video are ones that Scott clipped. So it's incredible. Even though it's developed. So that's another thing we're going to change. So we're going to have 2 weeks, basically, while we're after the beta. We'll keep playing our beta save, which is going to be the Scotland one with Dundee United. And we can think of all the things we want to make sure we change and have like a proper discussion about it so we know exactly what we're doing going in. I'm not getting fucked about by FM for a second consecutive season. Nah, not allowing it to happen. Right, I've got some lookups to do, don't I? We see the spandex shorts one's still there. Let's see. Paolo Vinicius. I think he's still banging them in. Country, it will be Hungary with MTK Budapest. Very clippable. Apparently so, yeah. No, big shout out to people who clip stuff because it does make it very easy to make those compilations. So that's our plan. MTK Budapest, building a nation, with the slightly edited database to make it so that we've actually got the... Basically, the things we're going to be changing won't affect the save until we're at the point when it should have already been in the game. So it's when you're like 15, 20 seasons in, and the clubs that... other clubs in Hungary should be signing players from big teams because they'll be massive by then. But we're going to set it up so that they have the potential to do that already, and that way we won't have to worry about it dynamically not doing it. So yeah, Paolo Vinicius, he's been solid for Milan in Serie A. I just can't believe that we got over £40 million out of this. Yeah, no, actually, Husby, yeah, so the problem is, if they're not named, I don't tend to click them because I don't have any idea what it is, and there's so many of those. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to do beta, save with Dundee United. Maybe 2 weeks after that, into the full release, then we start building a nation. You can also tab with all the nation status. The problem is, this is still not going to be using the editor mid-save. It's only ever going to be for the start, so it'll all be pre-game. It'll only be stuff that we can change pre-game, essentially. So that's what Vinicius has been up to. Just casually smashing in goal after goal, really. Irish national team is... They've been okay. Like, they have still grown, but that's mostly because players have come through at English sides, for the most part. Like, they were up as high as 10th at one point. How many treaty players are in their team now? None, but they do have some former treaty guys in there, like Osmar, who's on loan. They've got Lariniaga, who's on loan. Wow. That's a brilliant name. Quiveen O'Brien Hughes. The most Irish man to ever exist. So fair one, Quiveen. Ilya Keating obviously used to be for us. Juan Carlos is on loan. Hang on, wait, you're Irish now? He's not got a cap yet, though. He's not got his cap yet. John Johnson. And then Andy Murray, of course, still knocking about. Pass and click clash is a bit too... Yeah, good shout. I'm going to do all sorts of stuff like that. We're going to make sure that this save is set up to be the most fun thing possible, basically. I'm trying to sort of preempt everything FM could do to break our fun at every possible turn. And that's what that 2 weeks is going to be spent doing, basically. You shouldn't have to, but you know that we're going to have to. Right, let's instant result this one. What specific add-ons are you looking for, Derek? I don't unfortunately have a list of all of them, but if there's one in particular that you're after, I can direct you to the correct way. Right, let's get Bremer back in goal. Go with that for now. The guy that got poached by Spurs, that was Kevin Brannigan. Clear the band's name. Oh, yeah, I already do that. Every single year, I already clear the band names list. Paolo or Nobby? Well, to be fair, Paolo's been gone a lot longer. So, Nobby hasn't really had a chance to play like that. Only 3-0. Wow. Bit gash. Oh, Jesus. As long as Longford are better than Drogheda, it's fine. I just need to see them consistently making saves, you know? First and foremost, that's the thing. I want the saves to be fun, and if we have to sacrifice a bit of stuff like that at the very start of the save, I don't think it'll make any difference. It's the things like the transfer preferences and national team biases and stuff. So it means that we might see Hungarian sides signing from outside the league a little earlier than you'd expect, but I think it's going to be so... I think the players will be too expensive a lot of the time. But it also might just make it really sick if they're just signing like random Brazilians like 4 years into the save if they find the cheapies. So there's a text file in the game that's basically banned names to stop things like, you know, Adolf Hitler generating and stuff like that. But yeah. Basilio, green position, that's fine. Who was the right wing back when Dio was left wing back? Stojanovic, I think. Did we beat, yes, we did, Bill. We beat Juve in extra time because the game tried to screw us, but Dundalk also beat Bayern. So much better. Add-ons you consider essentials. Okay, so quality of life add-ons. So the sort of trifecta, I would say. What text file? Hang on, I'll tell you. I'll get back to you in a second, Derek. But chat, also, any add-ons you would consider important. It is... Oh, Christ, where are we going here? So we want M drive, not your M drive, obviously. Yours will be whatever drive you install it on. Steam apps, common, Football Manager 2022, database, DB, then the most recent version of the game, then LNC all. Is it LNC all, or is it in EDT? Can't seem to find it now. Permanent. Ah, yeah, so, okay. Here's the file path. It's whatever drive, games, Steam apps, common, Football Manager 2022, database, DB, 2240, DBC permanent, and then there's a DBC file called Forbidden Names. I can't show you because it's my, like, Windows Explorer file, but it should look a little bit like this. So that's the file path you should be looking for, and then you'll see the stuff in here. Now, this doesn't affect this current save because it's up. This save was obviously started ages ago, but yeah. So it's the Forbidden Names one, basically. But yeah, so things I would consider essential. I feel like you want a face pack. So I would recommend personally DF11. That's the one I use because I feel like it has the largest amount of faces and I really like the way they look. Don't worry, this isn't one of them. I would also recommend the Nugan faces, which is basically allows the, you know, the regen faces you get. So, oh, fuck's sake, Koala. I'm trying to find someone who's not got a regen face. Where is he? Is Harold not got one? Yeah, so it stops faces from looking like this and makes them look more like this, basically. So that's kind of sick too. You'll probably want a badge pack too. I would recommend TCM, which is what you'll see there, linked under... yeah, so you get logos and faces from the same place. I would also recommend a good skin. I personally use Rentsy, FM Rentsy Dark, which you'll find, I don't know, exclamation mark skin. What would happen if you delete the Forbidden Name one? Basically, all it does is it will allow certain name combinations to then exist for regens. And lastly... yeah, the skin is FM Rentsy Dark. Now, the one I'm using is a slightly modded version of that, which was brand new to today, thanks to wonderful chatter Sazmaz, who's added a few extra things to the... oh, and the kit basher as well, for generating kits too. That's also extremely important. Dundalk got PSG. We got fucking Chelsea. We got Chelsea. DF11 Nugan pack for visual consistency. What's that? I'm curious now. I've not heard of that. Something else you might want to consider is perhaps certain views to, and then we look at the squad a bit more. I think that one's exclamation mark analysis. The other thing I would say is if you want to do really in-depth scouting potentially, I have a set of views that allow you to actually filter individually by certain roles, and I have one for every single role in the game. If that does interest you as well, exclamation mark filters. I realize there's been a lot of different stuff coming through there, but yeah, hopefully that helps. Nugan pack, but in the DF11 start. Okay, sick. Has anyone got a link? That sounds kind of interesting. I didn't know there was an addendum to that, actually. Oh, right, that was quite a lot of stuff. We haven't had to go through that in a while, but yeah, hopefully that helped. Right, any new... So this is the addendum to the skin, by the way. It just adds knowledge level on the scouting pages, and it's so important to have that information available. So I don't do in the same style as they have the jersey or in the box. Oh, that's kind of sick. I like that. Let me just have a little look. Just trying to see what the difference is. But hey, sure. Looks kind of sick. Yeah, sorry, Derek. We kind of need a command that actually does have add-ons on it, honestly. Now that you've said that, and I've actually had to explain all that in such a large chunk, I do realize that maybe we should just have one, like, combined things. Maybe I should do a video of things like, at the start of FM23, that's just things you need for quality of life in FM. To be honest. Oh, I see. So it changes the Nugan faces, not... Right, okay, that's kind of awesome, actually. That I like. So it's the same faces, just put with a shirt on. Fucking love that. Right, okay, I'm doing that for next year then. I'll have that for FM23. So this is Yondre. 19 as well. Release clause. Nah, not for me. Right. Oh, we got a week off. Sick. That's actually kind of poggy. Should also get Haaland. Oh, by the way, I was doing more tactics tests with the Nomads tactic for that video I'm working on, because I've been doing like random clubs with it. I did one with Dortmund to see if I could beat Bayern first season. Obviously we did. Only on goal difference. No. By like 1 point in the end. Haaland got 53 goals in the league in 34 games. Just insanity, that man in this game. Particularly in that Nomads tactic. He is just obliterating teams left and right. It's incredible. 16 gigabytes. Jesus Christ. Yeah, imagine if they just change everything about the new game. That would kind of suck. I just really don't think they would. They're usually pretty good at keeping things fairly linearly for a lot of that sort of stuff. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, the rate he's going is going to get about 70. It'd be insane. Playing time. Wait, hang on. Sorry. You're a breakthrough prospect. That's your playing time. So your playing time is the one you're getting. Oh, I fucking hate that. I hate it when players agree to a contract and then claim that they're not getting enough playing time, even though the contract is they're getting the playing time of the contract they're currently on. Change the 3D kits was... Yeah, so that's not too bad. Although, that would suggest that perhaps... Oh, hello. Stutter there. That was a weird one. Maybe they're due for another one, perhaps, which is a worry. Playing time by competition. Oh, mate. Yeah. Trust me. Oh, we've literally banned using star player contracts in this save because of that. Because it wasn't allowing me to rest anybody for Champions League matches. Because they'd come to me and complain that they weren't playing against Cock Hill in the Irish Cup because they wanted to play that instead of Juve in the midweek, apparently. That's exactly that, yeah. And then, the worst thing is, Cynic, when you tell the player you're going to rest them for the game, then they just complain about it as well. UEFA Youth League. Yeah, we've won the UEFA Youth League a lot. I think 5 times, maybe? These two are still pissed at me because they don't like the defensive positioning, but they need to get better at it. And it is nearly FM Christmas as well. Speaking of, I was... So, basically, NASCAR has its own version of Drive to Survive now, basically. It's on USA Network. It's called Race for the Championship. It's actually much better than I was expecting it to be. I thought it would be a bit cheesy, but it has a similar kind of style. And I was able to watch some of it the other night. But at one point, they were doing this little piece about Daniel Suarez. And it just flashed up on the screen. Mexico, Monterrey. And I was like, yes! A 7th tier Turkish database. Things you love to see. Played... Well, I mean... Wait, my chat has frozen. That's weird. My chat has frozen on... That was bizarre. Yeah, my chat just froze on my side of things, but not on the screen. That's bizarre. Hang on, let me just quickly check if I missed anything in chat then. No, we're good, we're good. I just saw chat moving, but it wasn't moving on my screen. You froze for once, chat, not me. Haha! I did see that TMO is back, and it makes me so happy, because it means that if all else fails, Outcast to Icons. Oh. Yeah, I love this. We've been told that we've been paid £0. That's why I actually paused there. SYC Lore Iceberg. Well, I was talking to Pog about this the other night as well, and about all the weird shit we say on stream, right? And how much of that exists from before stream too, because there is still a few things about that. Like there was the segment that was prior to that. We've got things like there is definitely some stuff from before streams. Wiggle your connections, everybody. Indeed. 250,000 visits for sure. Yeah, you're probably right, actually. Because I think a lot of people make multiple videos about different things. And I feel like maybe I should just do a video that's like essential add-ons for FM. That would be quite a good idea for a video, actually. To be fair. Let me just add that to my big video list. And yes, I have one. Video ideas list. Okay. Don't mind me. Just going to put that on the bottom of my list. Right. Let's get that done. Essential add-ons video. Otherwise, I just forget stuff, right? Okay, move that over there. Lovely dupes. Perfect. Right. Okay, good. Glad that's covered. Well, they're starting. Are they really? You use the word wemp. Nice. Get the wempery out. Wemp actually is kind of part of the lore, isn't it now? Where to get them? Have a guy doing YouTube. Oh, sick. I think that's always... Yeah, that's the problem. You need to have a good tutorial. Like, I still felt like I covered everything in that... Well, I'm getting some... The processing screen's giving me some real lag today. I thought I'd covered everything I could have done in the scouting video, but I still get comments about certain things where I'm like, yeah, you're right. I probably should have talked about that a little bit more. Right, there's a few knowledge level guys at the very top here, actually, that might be worth a little look. Send all of these guys around again. But yeah, it's FM's processing screen sometimes causes lag. It's weird. Have start dates saying like first. What's that? Those FM experiment videos. Depends on what kind. It would have to have a meaning, right? Like I'm happy to do some like that, but they have to have a purpose and meaning rather than just me. I don't know. I don't like them that much, and I don't want to make content that I don't think would be any good. Sorry, I don't want to make content that I wouldn't watch, and that's tough. Milinkovic, right, 6 million quid. He's just a bit expensive. He's not really the type of player that we... He's only 16 though, actually. So I might... Who's he wanted by? Nobody? Okay, I might shortlist him for the moment. Vieira, goalkeeper, 3.9 million. It's okay. Not a world beater. Jose Lucas. 4 million quid striker, slow. Fickle. It's just... Is he fully scouted? I might fully scout him from there. Pino Palomba is an extraordinary name, for sure. Testing with Doss's clowns. Well, to be fair, the purpose of that video was really to try to see what exactly the difference was in terms of DOF quality. That's what I was actually trying to prove, but I thought I have to do this kind of an entertaining way, because I'm going to do another one, hopefully, with the entire scouting staff being shit. And I want to see how much difference that actually makes to do with the players that get recommended and also the players that are then signed off the back of that. I reckon it's basically on rails. I really don't think there's that much difference. Palomba's too expensive. He's decent. He's actually got quite high jumping reach for 6 foot, but it's not really good enough. Yeah, I don't think he's good enough either. I think most of the good players we would have signed already. Not that there was that many from them this year. But I think with this new method, we'll definitely be able to filter through. Oh, hang on. £2 million. He's only at 81%. I think I'll send him around again, just to see if there's any pros and cons that might be worrisome. Plus, we've got to get some Champions League action soon. Not just Sundays we see Poggy regions anymore. Yeah. True. What is going on with the processing, FM? It's properly tanking today during the random screens. Bizarre. Have I loaded something in the background that I've forgotten about? No. Random. It's just FM being a bit weird today. Although OBS is still using a lot of that for some reason. I just like loaded something I didn't mean to load. Weird. Anyway, we move. So yeah, it's FM Christmas in a couple of days. And you better get your predictions in, friendos. I reckon... I'm going to go boring. I'm going to go Scottish... Scottish Aberdeen on loan from Man United or something. High detail crowd. I don't think so. I definitely checked that before stream, right? Medium low, yeah, we're fine. Next Brighton manager. Hopefully it's Graham Potter. With any luck. I would hate that so much if he left. Bonk banned for 1 match. Ah, Bonk's been bonked. I would love it to be someone sick. Dyche, oh god. Potter's gone to Chelsea, it's been confirmed. Oh, that sucks. Well, football got boring again, imagine. Just as I was starting to enjoy the Premier League again. Ah. Well, that's happened. He's now Irish. Why is he worth £0? Oh, it's because I'm letting him go, isn't it? Okay, well, I guess he's getting a nickname. I guess it's just a basic one. You've just got to go with the standard O. Carlos for him, really. John O'Carl. Carl. Verbal agreement. That just makes me sad, to be honest. Just... oh, we've got an interesting team this season. Oh, well, better not have that for more than 5 fucking days. Oh, well. Johnny Carls. Anyone under 80? Yep, quite a lot of those, actually. Feels like how some of these guys, it just takes forever to actually get any scouting knowledge of them. I reckon most of these guys are going to be not worth that much to us. He's fine. So much more. I mean, to me, it's just like, it's another... There's finally an interesting team that's actually kind of doing stuff and is like just breaking the hegemony a little bit and actually just being a bit cool. And then they lose the manager to one of the massive hegemonic sides and then back to fucking status quo again. It's just, I don't know. I just, as a viewer, it's just like, fucking hell. Like, can we just have like nice things for like a little bit? Just... That's what I mean. It's just so boring watching the same fucking teams poach the same fucking players and the same fucking managers over and over again in the same fucking cycle of boredom, you know? It's just, it just moves the top further and further away and makes it less and less interesting week in, week out. Like, I'm enjoying the Premier League this year just because Fulham are in it and we're actually playing well, but god damn, if Fulham weren't in the Premier League, I would be so... I wouldn't have watched a single game this year. Yeah, we're going to get that added back in, Anarith. Saz has already done it, actually. And watch it go like mildly not to plan straight away, and he's sacked in a year. And it's like, okay, brilliant, well done. Tuchel to Brighton. There you go. To me, that's just like, I just get so apathetic towards it at the end of the day, you know. Like, Championship is so much fun. Like, obviously, I would have said that, but like, yeah. Battle of the Top is quite interesting. I just don't think it is that interesting. I'm just like, I don't care about any of these teams, and I couldn't give a shit who wins. Like. It's because it's Manchester City. At the end of the day, it's Manchester City. I just don't find it that interesting, honestly. Ricardo Sands, nah. Respect Potter? Probably not. I mean, what do you reckon? It's like a Hodgson at Liverpool situation, potentially. I don't think it's that. I'm not saying it's that. I really don't believe it is the case, but... It's just that there's so much more pressure there, and if it doesn't go well straight... Remember at a time, right? Wasn't there a point when Brighton fans wanted Potter out because things weren't working perfectly almost straight away? And there was like a series... There was a while where it looked good on paper, but it wasn't quite working yet for them. And it was like, we trust the process here. What happens at Chelsea when that happens? Does he keep his job? Fuck no. So it's just like, I don't know. Why would they keep him in that if they sack Tuchel? Championship is very fun. Like, I enjoyed it last year. Earlier this year, wow. I don't know. It's not one of the things that I get excited about, let's put it that way. It actively has a negative impact on my enjoyment of the league as a whole, you know? But again, it's not about me, obviously. But that's just my personal view on it. More than anything else. Okay, but then my point is, there's no reason to suggest that Potter wouldn't, if the same situations occurred, perhaps, you know. We don't know what's actually going on behind the scenes there. It does seem like managers are getting sacked often more now for just behind the scenes stuff. 21 times! He's going for the Moise Kipre record. Yes, if you download the version of the skin from the Discord now, it has got the nationalities back in it. Ted Bogies. They think Potter's their guy, though. I mean, I assume they thought Tuchel was their guy, too. And they probably thought the guy before Tuchel and the guy before that. Like, I think most teams tend to think the manager that they're about to appoint is their guy until they're... Everyone's someone's guy until they're not, I suppose. That applies to many things. How's things going up in Scotland? How are you getting all that? Bloody hell. Dundee United really are a little bit annoying. They're 24 points above third place Hearts. Scotland's a bit weird. Oh. Ross County getting relegated, by the way. Celtic still struggling to make top 6. I say top 6, top 5, really. What happened to Crocodile Dundee? They floated themselves on the stock market. Oh, hang on, sorry. You mean... Which Dundee are we talking about? Dundee specifically. They've got their tycoon, but they haven't really got going yet with the tycoon. They appear to have sacked their manager as well. Oh, no. Tyrese Campbell left the role to take over as Hibs manager. Okay. Well, there we go. So the extended version of the per 90 stats for FM23. Which one, Sazmaz? If it's the stuff that you sent me before, then no one's seen that yet. So for those of you unaware, Saz is working on this awesome skin for next year, like a proper overhaul. And some of the stuff that I've seen from it is incredible. Ah, here we go. Yeah. Let me just blow this up for you. Oh, no. It's actually better like that. So basically, you're now going to have this on player profiles. Let me just play that again for you. Imagine having access to that on your player profile screen. How fucking sick is that? This is all part of the skin that Saz is working on. As a single panel. Oh, I'm definitely going to be using this skin for FM23. Just tell it here. If it's got all the other stuff I need in a skin, then I'm definitely using it. Oh, dear. What was I doing there? Yeah, right. So, Dundee United. So, Dundee United, obviously, still managed by Joe Burstick, who's done a phenomenal job with them. Like, genuinely extraordinary. And they've got players that are worth... Like, look at their values. They have a guy that's worth... They've got fucking players that are worth more than ours. Oh, 6 has. That'd be awesome. Use a default skin. I still reckon that most people, like the majority, use it. Because again, we're not a representative. We are the anomalies for the most part anyway. Leverkusen. Oh, Captain Ginger. One of these days I'm going to have good news for you, but today's not that day. Yeah, Randy Hobbs, by the way, still worth fucking 80 odd million quid. I would love it if they sold him to someone because we have a 50% clause on Randy. Oh no, those are both Irish ones. So yeah, Dundee United have done very, very well. They've not had a tycoon, but they have had themselves floated on the stock market, and as a result, it's gone well for them. So yeah, Leverkusen still struggling, I suspect. They are at least still in the Bundesliga. Their key player is Piero Fazio, who actually is a legit good striker. Really solid deep line forward. 18 passing. That's fucking sick. Let's do as basic as possible. I like skins that... The things I like out of a skin is I like as much information available on one page of a player's profile as I can. Right? It's all quality of life stuff, right? Yeah, I mean... Maybe the speed would hold him back a little bit from being there, and his tackling ability, but he's... As a DLF, if he's just sitting there as like a pivot, without getting cluttered, yeah. This is why I like it's why I've used Renzi for a while. I used to use TCS, and I really like that. Why don't I use the Zealand skin? Because I prefer the one I'm currently using. Quite simply. I just like this skin. I used to really like the TCS ones as well. Right, here we go. Next gen day. Oh, I still think I'm going Aberdeen, Man United. Aberdeen, Scottish, on loan from Man United. Yeah, fucking love that guy. No, Zealand's great. Oh. Okay. Oh, shit, it was actually fucking Mexico. Look at Tigres. They've just had an absolute worldie of a youth intake. 2 players from the same club in the top 5. Wow. Any... Top 50... God damn it, FM. Top 50 young talents born in number 3. Derek 6. Is that piss bottle? Yeah, it is. So we don't even get any cool... Wait, do we only get... We only got 2 guys on the list. Okay, well, that's bizarre. So the best guy on the... Oh my god. Hi, Roberto Suarez. Can't buy him. He's not going to agree to it. We'll try. But my guess is that they won't go. He won't go for it. Yeah, D rating, by the way. I suspect that he won't go for it because of the new contract thing, but we can try it because sometimes it just works, even if you don't. But if nothing else, we'll still shortlist him for later. Oh, he's got really... Yeah, fine. Done. Castillo of Malaga. Winger. Wow. Look at the value on him at 18 years old. He's worth 80 odd million quid. There's no release clause either, is there? Oh, there is. It's 74 million. Then there's this guy, Lucasen at Ross County, who came through at Hamburg, who were getting relegated, by the way. And then there's Daniel, giving up Rocket League, and he's now playing for Real Madrid. How quick was he? Whoa, you're right. He is very quick, actually, isn't he? He's very, very good. And then there's Odiales, who's another really good player. I mean, he's just got amazing attributes, doesn't he? When's he turn... Oh, we don't really care so much about the homegrown anymore, but still. Nice to see Piss Bottle on here, though. God, he's got great value still. There's also this guy, Darren McGuinness of Dundee. Oh my shit, look at that. He's got the extra potential bit there. Scout you for a bit more. Not sure where I'd use him, though, but damn, he's good. Yeah, so Ross County got a tycoon, but then he left and took all his money with him. Basically. Oh, God. Gonzalo oh, my. He has 19 jumping reach. 19. There you go. So, classic continual nonsense there. 6'3" with 19 jumping reach. He's genuinely astonishing. I'll obviously scout him again. That's still fucking annoying, though. Also, it looks like it's going to be North Wilkes. Oh, really? That's kind of sick. Anywhere's better than fucking Texas, Hazy, right? Also, pick up Eric Jones for winning the fucking... oh, God. Southern 500 the weekend. That was insane. I didn't get to watch it. I was like, ooh, what a cool name. Bayern have a... Oh, they actually... Fucking hell. They actually managed to get him from Persepolis. Only 6'3". Well, to be fair, like... 19 jumping reach on FM is very, very unlikely. I've got 6'6" guys that don't have 19 jumping reach. So the fact that he's 6'3" is and has 19 jumping reach already is insanely high. James Jones. Gotta be American, right? Has to be. Oh, no. Yeah. Next call of the set to get number one. Yeah, you'd like. We haven't had number one of this year, have we? Hey, look, it's Kvetic. So technically he's ours as well. So, you know. It's not the end of the world. Oh, Texas is dreadful. Even with the new car, it's slightly better, but bloody hell. There's Smirnoff. He's 18. We can have a look. Vitovets. Wow. Tobias Kluger. He's not bad, actually, as well. Oh, there's Kokas. Vasilis Kokas. Hasn't he got quite a lot of goals? Oh, no, he doesn't. Where did I know about him before? Any more on here? Any more for any more? Oh, Norwegian. Alexander Oftedal. He's a bit... Eh. What a cool name. Alessandro Redzapagic. An 18-year-old Luxembourger from Rio Ave. That's kind of sick. Vaseline Cockass. That's the guy. There's also this chap here. Gary O'Reilly. Oh, it's from Watford. Annoying. That's Henvey. Chris Henvey was in that last year, I think. Then there's just Morton Dam. Damn. Not bad. Madame. Zetti. He was on it last year too, I think. And there's Urasavkovic somehow is on here. He's the guy that, if you recall from last stream, you might have missed this, we ripped it off to the most outrageous level. We'd accepted a bid from Liverpool of £3 million for this guy, and it was only $1 million up front. And then somehow, 3 Italian sides kept bidding against each other to the point where eventually he moved to Inter for $10 million up front with a 50% next sale fee clause. Weird. There's also Volsky, Mateusz Volsky. Surely he has to have Polish second nationality, right? Yep. And... Chat! Ilias Chase Kiddies is also in the next gen list. Bit too old for this, aren't you, Chase Kiddies? 2 cats for Greeks as well. What a year it is for Greek regen names. When you have both Cockass and Chase Kiddies in the same next gen list. You love to see it. The price just... I think it could have gone up even further if we had more of a window, to be honest. There's Toomey. There's... Oh, no, don't get me wrong. He's very good. But he was... I think his release clause was like 12 million. That was the reason we kind of shied away from him. There's Thiago. Man's been looking at my spandex shorts again. Casio Ronaldo is a cool name, but kind of average player. Oh, a Bulgarian that somehow we didn't sign. What's going on here? How did he get through? Greek pop punk band. Another for the band from Pizza Express FC. There's Turkish. Oh, okay. Another cool Romanian player. Funny to scary. I reckon when he gets a beard, it's got to be a beard. Well, he's got a beard. Or stubble. And also those eyebrows. Those are some noncy eyebrows. Just saying. We've got Aga, who's one of the guys I sold as well. Wow, a lot of we've got a few formal, and there's Owen Owen. You can't go wrong with Owen Owen. Every time it hits the hour, it goes Sue. There's Fowler. These guys were on it last year as well, I think. Kopach. He's fine. Adele. To be honest, if we don't find him... Oh, sorry, if we don't, like, sign this guy, it'd be like, never mind. Like, we'll find someone like him, right? Presumably. He's just going to be spending his time rolling in the deep at Al Alley. Oh, Garcia. Luis Garcia. Wow, that is the most generic South American regen name ever, isn't it? Another... Wow, there's quite a few guys at, like, Scandinavian clubs here. And then Casby. Boo. Why are you booing me? I'm right. Yeah, figured that would happen. But we are going to shortlist this guy. I reckon his potential is higher than this. I reckon we've been lied to. Hang on. Remove from shortlist. Then add to shortlist. I wish talking to their agent didn't add them to a shortlist for 30 days. I have to lower the volume. I'm in the break room and I forgot my earphones and you keep saying cock ass and chase kiddies. Ah. So. All of Scott's works, mates. This is a staff announcement. Scott is watching pornographic materials. Clean up on aisle 3. And we're back. Rolling in the deep line playmaker. Or is this setting us up for a world of Adele puns when my inevitable piss break comes? Mind the gap and whatnot. Stuff is happening and I'm pressing continue. Bobby Suarez sounds like a Liverpool fan's wet dream. It does, doesn't it? Look at this. I'm being rated as a D, chat. I'm a D. Finally returned to Tesco's, rep my meal. Oh. Okay. I thought this has just become a new segment on the streams now, after Dan the other day. So, Pepsi Max. Personally, I can't rate it because I can't be drinking the caffeine, but fair play to you. An orange, gone for the healthy. Pepperami. You can't really go wrong with the pepperami. What we got here? Mixed berries and raisins. You know what? I don't mind that. What we got? I can't believe it. We have to get a closer look at that sandwich. Right. Chicken tikka mango chutney. Okay. I'm not a big fan of chutney, but I'll give you points for the chicken tikka. For sure. That's like a solid 7, right? It's a very small orange, is what I would say. Like, and as always with these things, it is missing a sausage roll. As with a lot of your meal deals I've noticed lately, chat, you're going to have to up your game here. As we put 8 past... What the fuck? So we are through to the next round of the UEFA Youth League. After putting 8 past Milan. We haven't actually won the Youth League in a while. We won it 3 out of 4 years at one point, but then we got so many more loans out. Let's scout it one more time. Yeah. It's solid. Preferred brand of sausage rolls? Yes. I really do like the Tesco's meal deal sausage rolls. The ones you get in individual packets. Genuinely. I really, really like them. I've actually got a couple in the fridge. I might grab one in a bit. Although, nothing quite beats. I still think about this sausage roll sometimes. That sausage roll I had on that Clifftop Cafe in that random place in Devon. That sausage roll was... an experience, is all I can really say. I think about it sometimes. Genuinely. Please don't be too seriously injured. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. When's the Juve game? The Juve game was ages ago, Matt. When's the Chelsea game? So yeah, we'll rest him for the Derry game and we'll be back for Chelsea. It's all good. Yeah, we actually found that place on Google Maps. And do you remember when we found the place on Google Maps? There was a woman in one of the photos on Google Maps that looked just like Pog. Oh, positive experience for sure. It was amazing. So we got, I got sausage roll, warm, spicy as well. I feel like you need a little bit of spice in a sausage roll. Just a tiny bit, but this one was actually quite spicy. It was lovely. Chips that were like freshly cooked, beautiful. And like your proper like rustic style chippies. None of that, you know. A warm chocolate brownie and like a coffee. It was one of the best. Just I do think about it. I genuinely do think about it sometimes. It was so good. I really want to go back there one day, even though it's, let's be honest, it's probably shut by now. It was incredible. And it was one of those like salted caramel chocolate brownies. You know the type. Oh, I think it was also, partly it was the food, but partly it was the company, because I was with a group of my friends and it was just a really nice day at the beach. But that one just, it sticks in my mind. It was so good. And it wasn't even that expensive either. That's the thing. And it was just like this little hut, basically, on the top of this cliff in this random beach. And I can't remember where this beach was. It was in Devon. That much I can tell you. South Devon. But no idea where. Who took your sausage roll virginity? Oh, I couldn't even tell you, mate. It's been such a while. Knit to Sainsbury's, yeah. Luckily, our local shop, our bakery, does warm sausage rolls, so it's just. I'm glad I don't. I'm glad that I don't have the patience to go and walk there, and I only get them occasionally if Pog goes to the shop. But that's probably for the best. Right, so we're going to rotate here, and Swanetsky's going to play. Unfortunately, we'll go with Bibby and Trotter, Rodriguez, Ramos, and Madrid. Radojic, Mamani, Felipe Manuel, Saki. I guess Saki's coming into this team. But that means that Holvoot's starting the next game. Yeah, maybe he should. Dairy Lee cheese spread. I don't mind Dairy Lee cheese. Not so much the spread, honestly. I don't mind I like the triangles, to be fair. Sausage roll, but they put a hint of spice and apple. Ooh, apple sauce. Okay, that's intriguing. So let's see. I mean, you can see from his rating here that he's kind of struggled a little bit, unfortunately. Still has the potential, it seems, and he does have 3 Poland caps. I think it's just a question of getting him consistent game time. Though I think him and Killian Bremer are going to be fighting over it now. He walked out and went and bought a pastry. Oh, so basically that was a meme. That was a video ages ago when I got so pissed off at the game that I came back with a donut from the bakery. So what actually happened was I'd already got that donut, but I memed it in the video as if I was going to the bakery, and then I just came back with the bakery bag. So I know it spoilt the surprise, but yeah, I spoilt the illusion. But that's actually what happened. I just memed it in the video. It was a lie. But it worked. Little cooking with Matt video. Just me doing pasta. Just me be like, yeah, look at me. Chefing it up. Is sausage rolls just not a thing in the States? Jeez, that was close as well. As long as Longford... Like, Longford are going to keep losing, but as long as they keep losing less than Drogheda, it's all good. Sligo had a poor start to the year as well. Derry City... We're still 9 points off the top with only 2 games in hand here. We are actually going to have to make this... We have to catch this up a little bit. Is this tasty? Let's have a little look. Best British sausage roll. I mean, to be fair, you can't go wrong with a sausage roll, right? What are we saying here? What's the ingredients like? Is there an ingredients list? Vegetable oil, bit of onion. Okay. Sausage meat, ground black pepper. I just wonder if you could just get a teensy bit more spiciness in there, perhaps. I'm not sure what you'd add. Just something to just give it a little bit of a kick. Is anything real anymore? Nah, mate. No sausage rolls. I don't think I could live in a world without sausage rolls. Unironically. This isn't even a meme now. They're just an important part of my life. You're still only 81. You were 80 last time, so I don't think we're getting any new knowledge on you just yet. I'm Tap Market. Yeah, I saw a video the other day of... God, who was it? It was an American actor, I think, trying a sausage roll and enjoying it, and it just made me happy. Bit of paprika, yeah. Maybe a bit of paprika. Good shout. Steak fire sausage. I mean, I'm always team sausage roll. Oh, God. Oh, God. Well, here we go. We've got Nick Olas Peris. Well, I'm a simple man, right? I have very simple pleasures in life. Sausage roll is one of them. Like, Pog and I are very simple people. We'd much rather just eat pizza in bed and watch a TV show than go out to a fancy restaurant. And that's not just like some, oh yeah, I'm sure she really says that to you just because blah 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 and that's what she actually wants. No, that's. And to be fair, whatever you enjoy is the correct answer to that question. That's just personally what we enjoy. It just means that it's also quite helpful because we save a lot of money. I say save a lot of money. Takeaway pizza is still quite expensive. Steve Carell. It might have been Steve Carell. I don't think it was. I think it was a younger actor. Bedtime at the Card household. Pog. I bet he's thinking about FM again. Why can't we go back to that Hilltop sausage roll shop in Devon? The brownie was just so warm. The chips so rustic. Just a little bit of spice, like all good sausage rolls need. Sure, Tesco's meal deal sausage rolls are nice, but damn, once you go home cooked, you don't go back. It do be true. Fanciest restaurant I've been to? Oh, mate. I went to a McDonald's once, and it was so good. I don't know. I honestly couldn't tell you. Fucking no idea, mate. Legitimately not a clue. I don't think I've ever been to a restaurant that you would actually describe as fancy. Like the hotel that we were in at Viking's wedding was quite a fancy hotel, but not really. It looked fancy and was nice, but I don't know. Actually, I went to this restaurant in Hackney once. Smith & Wesson. That was a pretty good restaurant, actually, mate. There you go. My answer is Smith & Wesson in Addleston, Surrey. Yeah, Viking's wedding was at this hotel in Dorset, which was quite nice. In fact, it was very fucking nice. Although, there was this restaurant I went to with some of the streamers and stuff in London, in Hackney, and I can't remember what it was called, but that was quite a fancy restaurant, if I recall. Like, in terms of, like, getting in and stuff. I don't know. I have no idea what it was called. It had, like, a number as a name or something. Little Chef is probably the fanciest restaurant of all. True. It was... You're right, Stuart. It was Aaron Paul. I remember because I saw it in a TikTok, and then it cut to him baking sausage rolls as Jesse Pinkman. That's what it was. So yeah, it was Aaron Paul. Well guessed. Man enjoys a sausage roll, and I can't blame him. Right, Christensen to there. Then, fuck, it's going to have to be Spinetsky because... Or do I put Forsgren in? It's a risk, I realise. Oh, fuck's sake, I keep clicking the wrong one. There. They've both got low eccentricity. His handling is better. Reflexes. I still think it has to be Spinetsky for today game, right? I think I just got to trust him. Favorite cuisine? I think Italian, probably. Oh. Yeah, I just don't really care about the fanciness of a restaurant. I realise that, like, it's just not something I enjoy, but also at the same time, I'm not one of those people that's like, wow, if you enjoy fancy restaurants, you're just wasting your money. It's like, no, you spend your money on whatever you like. Wrong tactic. Thank you. Fucking hell. Oh, that could have been bad. Tex actually, especially. Yeah, Smith & Wesson was that was a fun restaurant, to be fair. It was a steakhouse, but it had like, it was very Western themed. Very good food, though. Really enjoyed that meal. Very expensive. I saw the bill, it was like, oh, that was 4 of us. Ooh. I remember ordering once over £200 worth of delivery pizza, and we were in my mate went back and lived at his parents' house. He had like an annex, and we were in his annex, which was basically his bedroom, but it was like a separate to the house. And there was this like garden wall, and we were sat there. And you could see out the window, and the pizza guy had arrived. He stacked all the boxes on top of each other, like one after the other, all the way up. We couldn't see his head, but we saw pizza boxes bobbing past the garden wall. So that's how we knew that the pizza had arrived. Indian food is also sick too, yeah. Next one, yes, that means, Mike, I'm going to have to find somewhere nice in Cambridge to go for a meal. And I'll be honest with you, the places I eat in Cambridge are as follows. Pizza Hut. End of list. So, I'm going to have to do some research. Oh. Nah, Wetherspoons. I've also eaten in Wetherspoons in Cambridge and Revs. Actually, have I eaten Revs? Probably. First ever. I'll find it. I'll find something good. But Impossible Hub. True. I like whatever cuisine chicken counts as. True. And that's the thing. If we ever run out of salt, Mike, it's, to be fair, I don't have the salt in my car anymore, and you know this. Lutefisk smaller but no. Honestly, my dietary requirements in Norway were pretty slim because basically the first night we were there, the first night we were there, where did we go the first night we were there? I actually can't even fucking remember. Why have I forgotten? Oh, I know. It's because it was so late by the time we got there that it was too late to get any food. So we just went to Kiwi, grabbed some like groceries in there and just made some sandwiches and stuff. And then the next day, we had the half marathon, but it got really late. And we just needed to get home because obviously we'd done a half marathon. So we tried to order food, and that's what we ordered from Pepe's Pizza. And it was very expensive and shit. But it was basically all that was open on the island at the time. And then the next day, we went to this place called Pasta Fabricant, which Em still has the receipt from in her little ticket book, which is kind of cute if you ask me. So no, didn't really. And I was only there for like 3 days. So spent a lot of our time in Cafe Bonner, honestly. Sheep said, yeah, I didn't get a chance for that. Should have got some meatballs, though. That would have been sick. Oh, if Matt's paying. Is this in Cambridge? Provost at the Haycock. So I don't know if these are actually even in Cambridge. That one is. Restaurant 22. Yes, none of this stuff even appeals to me. Okay, that looks kind of nice. that one looks kind of nice, honestly. But that just stuff doesn't really appeal to me. I like the kind of restaurants I like are those sort of mid-range restaurants where they've got a reasonably nice menu, but it's got like you can get a really nice steak, but you can also get fucking garlic bread. That's the kind of restaurant I like. Do you know what I mean? Those ones that sit in the mid-ground between like fancy and I'm eating out of a bin. I like that kind of level of restaurant, I suppose. Which is perfectly where we went to the last place. You were Jackie Potato? Kinda, yeah. Tycoon in Cambridge. Whereabouts is that? So I don't know very little about the restaurant life in Cambridge. I don't actually go to Cambridge very often. I know I don't actually live that close there, but it's just like, yeah. Pizza Hut. How dare you besmirch the good name of Pizza Hut, my restaurant of choice. I just live for cheesy bites. Can you ask for ketchup? Nah, mate, it comes with it. And I already told you about that pizza restaurant I went to in Colchester once where my bandmates and I were walking towards it and they had a giant sign that was a big offer on and they saw us and they took the sign down. Right, Chelsea. Pog has just sent me a picture and said, Bear, I saved a dragonfly's life. Pog, why are you playing with dragonflies? Before Saki, because he's in better form at the moment. Honestly. Can't go wrong with that. Bam, mate. Play instruments. Yes. They were quite like, obviously I'm not particularly svelte myself, but I was a bit skinnier at the time, but a lot of the other members of my band, particularly our singer, was a very large gentleman, and they saw us all walking towards this restaurant. The guy just came out and took the sign down. I have no idea where the restaurant was in Colchester. The pizza was very good though. And this was at like 1 in the morning, I think. Maybe not as late as that. It was quite late. Your previous Gatso, oh god. Oh, is this the pig's head thing? Is all I can say to that. Any Bandcamp? No. So unfortunately, after I left Revelador, they... what was weird? Oh god, we're going to get a highlight kickoff straight off the bat here, aren't we? Yeah, they got some new members for a bit, and then they actually released a full record, but then they clearly had a massive argument and just removed everything from the internet. So... Where their local Pizza Hut closed down. Protest is what I would say. That is my recommendation to you. Start a revolution. Christensen start. And we lead at Chelsea. After just 30 seconds, we lead. Hey, Marcus. Biggest update is we have finally won a Champions League. Basically not, George. No. They are signing from the English leagues a bit more. And they are... But they're still mostly... I've not seen an Irish side yet sign a player that either isn't Irish or isn't from one of the leagues we have turned on, or has at least played in one of those leagues. They're getting a bit better, but it's still pretty bad. Yeah, Sow in the middle, I'm not sure I like that too much. That one looked offside to me. That looked offside. But sure, we move. Yeah, we won the Champions League 2 years ago. We beat Chelsea 1-0 in the final. Manea scored an absolute screamer. And then we just kind of held on for the rest of the match. I do wonder if actually having Sao in the middle in this away leg might not be the worst idea. PSG up. That's unfortunate. I just don't think Dundalk are going to beat them. But what on earth? Nice. Oh, very nice. Go on, Valev. Christensen's got the speed. Keeper's out. Right, he's got to wait for support, and he's done sod all with it. Right, good. Oh, yes, well played. We're looking up for it today. Manea. Sao. Oh, off the bar. Yeah, it was definitely offside. Nation progression. We're up to third. We've been sat in the top 4 coefficient-wise for the last 3 years. I mean, it looks like we are going to potentially hang on to it again this year, but we'll have to see. We weren't expecting to, honestly, after the way Italy had started, but Italy lost basically their entire European contingent in one round. I actually think that Lukic probably should be in the middle, actually. It's just because when we have the back 3 with the libero, they put Neslo in the middle, but you're right. Lukic should be in the middle, and Holvoot should be on the left. There we go. I actually don't know. We haven't had a look at the stats for that game yet, but they won 3-0, so it's still quite a result, though, when you consider that we only scraped past the team that won their group. Chelsea have started quite strongly. I mean, we were obviously winning, so that helps. Oh, it was an own goal by Lauren Yager as well. Highly reputable league. Not really, no. Unfortunately. The reputation is still lagging behind, and unfortunately that's what's costing us at the moment. Oh, come on. FM's like, nah, not today, lads. So, own goal for PSG, and Dundalk have missed a pen. Oh, and now it's 2-0. And it's fucking Wozniak as well. That's so annoying. Make... Hang on, wait. Make a Tortui? Sorry, I don't know why I'm struggling with that, but thank you so much for the follow. Have a great day. That's annoying. So yeah, we're kind of... The rep's growing to follow Roma. Oh, we could do, actually, yeah. I hadn't thought about that. I'll wait till we get our next pop-up. I think we get fucked by Chelsea at this round. I genuinely do. Something about... Oh, and that's the first step of it. Oh, they have missed it, in fairness. So, I don't know how you do the rep. The rep seems to be an absolute enigma. I suspect it has something to do with the reputation of the teams that you've got. The teams in the league itself. Hoffenheim is 4-1 now. I think Roma are done. But I honestly don't know. Because the fact is, we are... Well, we've been third in coefficient for 2 years in a row. We're going to drop to 4th probably this year. But our reputation has maintained 7th the entire time. I'm hoping that this year... I think it's just a bit laggy. I think it lags a few seasons behind, honestly. That's my hope. And I'm hoping that next year, even if we drop a spot, I reckon we still go 5th in reputation. Trubovic! Oh, good save. Yeah, the fact that it's 2-0 to PSG is annoying because it looks like they were unfortunate to go behind and then missed a penalty as well. And I think that's probably curtains for Dundalk. But you never know. Oh, come on. Not this shit again. Come on, stop doing silliness. We're doing well here. We beat Chelsea 4-0 in the group stages this season. Oh, what a goal. Oh, well, there you go. It's a great finish, to be fair. Yeah, I think it is just laggy. So I'm hoping that now that we've had 3 consecutive seasons sat in 7th spot, surely this is the year that it takes that bump up and we go towards like 5th. That's my plan anyway. By the way, Benfica beating Real Madrid. That was a great strike, just annoyingly. Sal's doing okay in the midfield. We might just have to make a few of the adjustments. Oh, Bogdanov's back though, which is helpful. Sal. Christensen's through. Oh, come on. How are we missing these? 2nd in the coefficient, but 7th in rep. That's mad. It's 2048, Marcus. Ah. I hate how it always seems to go to the player, to the AI, the other team's player from those corner headers. But yet when I do that, they never get the ball. Play press. I believe it is, yeah, John. That's the worst thing about it. I think if we can get to 5th in the rep, we should be able to hopefully get a value bump that will enable us to take that next step. Just because it means we'll be able to sell our players for more sensible fees. Well played, Tribovic. Okay, we're overdoing it here. Okay, lads, come on. We're going to concede off this. We're going to give the ball away any minute now. I might just turn off one of the box here, because it looks like we're overplaying. I know we're not in the box in any way, but I feel like it still affects it sometimes. There we go. There's the giveaway. Oh, are you serious? That's offside. It's not going to get given. parried it. Parried. Keeper's just like, nah, not for me, bro. Was the ball really hot, maybe? Decent money for their players. Not really, no. It's about us getting decent money. We need to get decent money. Like, we've had players that should be selling for 150 million that I can't get more than 50 for. And it's embarrassing, basically. Because it means that we can't progress. Because we can't get rid of dead wood players for the same money as our rivals can. Essentially, as Mbaye Sow is through on goal. Oh my god. Chelsea 1, Treaty 2. Where did this come from? This is our wing-back who's playing in centre mid today. What a finish. That was glorious. Lovely pass through, I think, from Valev? No, it was Manea. Look at that. He's not that type of player. He's on his wrong foot there as well. He's just absolutely done Yamagishi, and we're 2-1 up. I think there is a lot of factors too. But it's the play of it. Our highest value player is worth 70 million. We had one season for 6 months where our player values were correct. And yeah. Oh, it's very overwhelming when you start, but I don't know. There's just something special about it, right? It's just so much fun. I hope Dundalk can get a goal back, but it does look like Dundalk are probably going out. But they've got to the quarterfinals, which is way more than I ever expected of them. I did not think they'd get past Bayern. I didn't even expect them to get out of their group. So the fact that they've actually got through a round, those extra points that Dundalk are getting us could be the difference between us and overtaking, staying ahead of Italy this season. Oh, it's 3. We're 3-1 up at Stamford Bridge. Ho-ho! Okay. This is more like... This game will still end up finishing like 3-3. I do think the switch to turn off work ball into the box has definitely helped. We're just getting ball in better areas quicker. Plus, if we were to get through, we'd be playing PSG. This has got to go in now. I almost can guarantee it. No? There's always a guy there. No matter which way around it is, there's always a guy there, and it's never one of our players. Oh. Championship, I'm getting 8k bids. Yep, that'll happen. Goal back for Dundalk, chat. It's happening. It's 2-1. They're having a go. They are going. Oh, no. Come on, keeper. Yes, Swanetsky. Swanetsky's been good today. He may have conceded a goal, but I think he's done okay. So far, his rating seems to be all right. Considering the form he's been on lately, he's going to have to carry us like he did. Wow, okay, he's going long. If we get a knockdown here. Oh, we have the space. Christensen wasn't really making a run, though, for some reason. I have no explanation for that. He just didn't make the run. Oh, come on. Good save again, offside. Like, the moment that Valev wins that header, it's 2-2. Dundalk 2, Paris Saint-Germain 2. No way. Who are we playing at? I'll tell you. We play the winner of Dundalk and PSG. I can't believe they've equalised. They were 2-0 down. And they missed a penalty. And scored an own goal. They're doing everything they can. Okay, cleared away. This game, I still don't think we win this by 2 goals. It's going to feel... I reckon this is going to be just like the last round. Where we have all the bluster, but don't get the chances. What a save again from Swanetsky. Holy shit. He is putting in some worldy saves now. And that's offside. And Benfica mudding Madrid is perfect as well. That really weakened the final stages of the save. Not the save, like the competition. Right. Okay, Nyakshu's struggling, so it's time for Radojic. Lukic is struggling, so maybe Saki could come in now. He's got that height in the middle. And then maybe now would be a time for Thighs Freeze. Over, I think, Sal, just to freshen the midfield up a little bit, even though he's old. Yes, Swanetsky's doing a bloody excellent job at the moment. Right, I think when we get to the final 10 minutes, I might try and slow it down a little bit to try and get us out of here with the 2-goal advantage that we didn't get when we were at Juve. That's the problem. That's what made that whole... Oh, not a back pass assist. What a save. No, they won't, Marco. So if we end up playing Dundalk in the semis, we're basically guaranteed of the final at that point. But at least we get to play Dundalk there. Why is that just stuttered at random there? There's something else going on. Maybe I should need to restart my computer at this point. Swanetsky has been an absolute monster in this game. I reckon 10 minutes to go, then I'll start to just wind our neck in slightly. Swanetsky's definitely redeemed himself a little bit after the performances we've had in other matches from him lately. Bit of that. Bit of that. Lovely. There we go. Just absolutely bored them to tears in the final seconds of that match. And we, for once, have mugged someone off. They were the better side in this game. And I can't remember the last time I actually said that about a game we'd won. Finally. Benfica have definitely got better. They've got Johan Wisser doing stuff for them as manager. He's done really, really well. That was a great performance from the goalkeeper especially. We did not deserve to win that match. So it's a rarity when we actually win a game that we didn't deserve to. So we'll take that. Hopefully we don't get horrendous luck. But we got a 2-goal lead. That makes a hell of a difference. I want to look at the stats from this game. I can't believe Dundalk pulled that out. Oh, it could have been so much more if they hadn't missed their damn penalty. And Real Madrid 2 down. This is getting very interesting now. Liverpool officials. You've been eyeing him for years. Like, shit'll get off the pot. Right. Do you reckon they mugged them off? Oh, you shitting me. They actually just played PSG off the park. They should have won that game. They missed a penalty as well. I reckon they should have won this game like 3-1. If anything, PSG are the ones mugging them off. It does make you wonder, though, if they've got a chance in the second leg. However, we did say this about Derry last year when they smashed Slavia Prague and then lost the second leg out of nowhere by an enormous amount. Yeah, no, they were definitely better. They might. They won 2-0 at Bayern Munich, remember. It could happen. They'd only need to win by 1 goal. Or even on pens. Of that. Both Valev and Christensen top scorers in the tournament. And that should hopefully now compound us into... Did we just slip spots because of Portugal? Yeah, I think we did actually. Portugal have had a really good round there. But it doesn't matter because we're still... It looks like now we are going to stay third. Because I think Roma are out. Fine, was that a mugging as well? Good question, actually. Yeah, we were going to look at that, weren't we? So... This is the second leg. The one they won 2-0. Not a mugging. They did score their only 2 shots on target, but it was a very even game that perhaps they were unfortunate. They didn't, like, do badly in the game, but I think 2-0 is quite harsh on Bayern. They should be getting a lot of money, as you say, Mr. Progger. Yeah. Their finances should be in a really good spot. What about the first leg when they won 1-0? Don't know if we already looked at that. Honestly, 3-0 over the legs, both legs, is harsh on Bayern. But Dundalk were the better team over the 2 legs. They were even in the second leg, and they were the better side in the first leg. So I think they deserve to get to the point they're at. How do you have so many loans in the competition? So basically, I don't know if this works. If you do exclamation mark loans, Working Papa, I think that links to the video I made that explains the exact system we use to get so many loans out. I think. Because that's what we've got 88 players out on loan at the moment, which is kind of sick. Yeah, they're considered rich now, which is pretty sick. But yeah, that video should be... It's pretty concise. It just explains the way I have the players out on loan and the method we use to get that to work. I'm not saying it's not guaranteed, but it definitely helps. Right. When we started doing it, we went from like 50 loans. We doubled the number of loanees we had by doing it, is about what I would say. Right, so when's the second leg? So we've got Cork City in the middle. We'll rotate for that. And then we're back in. I love how we seem to be playing better in the Champions League. That's the thing. But the thing is, V-Roper, they won't. The only players they sign the only league they can seemingly sign good players from is Scotland. Luckily, Scotland have good players, but it's a problem. Because they have this preference to not sign them. And that's one of the things we're going to have to change for the Hungary save, basically. Is to prevent clubs from getting stuck like that. I mean, I'm happy to change my mind on that. Maybe if the league reputation goes up even further. And it might be that our league reputation still isn't quite there. But we are able to sign a few players because our reputation is so high. I think we've got 25 league titles or something. It's like bizarre. It's an enormous amount. Irish work permit rules? None. Oh, sorry, no, that's not true. The only rule in Ireland, as far as squad reg or work permit, is that players who are non-EU have to be on, I think it's £290-something a week. Yeah, non-EU players are on £293 a week. That's the only thing that matters. One of the most titles in history. I think so now, yeah. Bench bug on your Nordic save is so stupid. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about it, though, is there? Like, I know people are saying, like, oh, this has ruined the thing. I'm like, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do about it? Like, it's not my fault the game's broken. Because there was someone saying that I was like, oh, it's tarnished it. I'm like, what am I supposed to do about that? Like, Maybe if SI made a game that didn't have insane game-breaking bugs like that in it, I wouldn't have this problem. So I'm not just going to leave Sweden because of it. It's just kind of annoying when I see stuff like that because it's like, it's out of my control. And the amount of shit that benefits us is very, very rare in that kind of thing. It's like, you know. But there you go. One of the most... Yeah, I think Shamrock have won a decent amount. There's less than minimum wage. Yeah, it's to do with, like... it's just the work permit rules, isn't it? Let's do... Bilby Trotter. Maybe I'll do Bello again, actually. I want to give him some football. Where is Big Bella? Is he on the bench? Nope. There he is. Radojic, Mamani, Ramos, Madrid, Saki. I'm going to start someone other than Saki today because I want to make sure that we don't... I want him to be fully fresh, you know, for the next game. I love that Radojic. Radojic is still unhappy with me, unfortunately, because he now does want to start playing more because he's really good, in fairness to him.
So I tell the swamp donkey...
Yeah, Conference League for us next year, innit? One lush! Thank you for the follow.
And have a lick me yarbles.
Selling out loaning. Don't know about that. Like... Trotter's still very good. It's just I like having two of them around, honestly. Gives me a bit more choice. Where has he gone? He's wanted, though. By Dundalk. Oh, wait, no. We're not in a window. That wouldn't happen. Well, obviously, if they got the right money along, then maybe I'd consider it. Henry, thank you very much for the 19 months, my friend.
Imato il Chateau. Happy Thursday.
And a happy Thursday to you too, my friend. What do you think of an action in-game where you can sprint up the touchline after a winning goal? I'd love to see that, to be fair. I think that'd be fun. But also, what I would like to see is that not like, oh, this is a big new thing you can do. Like, no one really cares that much. But it would be nice if it was a thing that was just put in the game. It's like a, oh, there you go. That's the thing, you know? Because I can't see any harm to it. Right, so I want Bremer for this game. Since he can play here and he can't play in the Champions League. I'm going to just go with our normal tactic for this game just to be safe. Just in case I forget, right? A new job. That's awesome. You don't have to tell us what it is, but if you want to, do feel free to share with the group. Handshake or storm off, or grab their arm and refuse to let go, or take a bite out of it. Like, oh, I'll be fine with that. Jeez, just a sneaky little, cheeky little 3-1. Wow, okay. I guess that guy on loan from us. Yes, they all are. Standard. Niakshu's like 28 now, I think. 27. And Radojic is 26, I think. So they're around about the same age. Like, worst case scenario, if one of them, if Radojic did actually leave, I could just recall Morten Gamps Pedersen from Dundalk, because he's pretty much sitting as a backup to Manuel Olsson there anyway. Okay, as long as Drogheda keep losing. That's what matters to me. That's, well, it's now 2 matches. Oh, we've got a game against Cove. Yeah. IT company scheduled their engineers. Awesome. That sounds sick. Hang on. Unlikely for Foley. Well, yeah, I'd say so. But, like, one day he's going to get an Ireland cap. And that's going to be happy days. Chelsea tried to steal him. And now we get to pay them back. Hang on, 94 games unbeaten in the year. We've not lost a game in the EA Sports Cup for 21 years. Below... Right, okay, good. So this is an example where that's not working. So Prucha's going to come back to us now. Because he's not playing at Derry City. Intentional handball to stop a goal line clearance. Aha! The Forest method. Right. Who the oh, that's the guy from the next gen. Is it 40 million quid? Yeah. Like, extraordinary player. Cannot afford him. Came through quite quickly. Oh, this is some of the other guys from the next gen, isn't it? I might, just for the purposes of this, so I don't accidentally discard anybody, send those guys around again. Oh, hang on. That's Aldirales. He is a bit special. He is a bit fucking special. We have been looking for the understudy to Octavian Manea, chat. Is this him? Surely this is him, right? This has to be the understudy to Octavian. Because we've really had no one behind Manea for ages in this squad now, since Alaku left. It's really only Manea that's the good attacking mid at this club. And I feel like someone like Rafael Ordiales would be strong on both feet, good passing, good vision, pretty much good across the board. He's a very aggressive man, isn't he? £7.3 million release clause. Does he have a... Please don't say it's NA. Fuck, it's NA. I reckon he's going to contract thing us. We'll see what happens, right? The worst that we can do is bid on him. I reckon he's going to, this stage in his career, us. Are you fucking serious? Doesn't think he'll get the playing time he's looking for it to... What the hell does that even mean at this point? That is nonsense. He would go straight into our 11 as a backup. Like, he would be the second best attacking midfielder at the club. That is such dog shit. It's things like that that ruin the game. There's no reason why that would be the case. Top target. We'll try and top target him, but that's fucking... I hate that so much. Notice how it doesn't say anything about him here, because... Yeah. Straight over to R11 as a backup. Yeah. Weird choice of words, but you see my point. Like... Hang on. People are baffled by the rumor. The simple question is why? What does that... Why would that be a thing people would say? Gonna make this deal and he's gonna shock everyone how good it is. Hang on, are they implying that he's not good? Hang on, sorry. Sorry, what? I can ask his agent, and now he... Hang on, so I ask his agent, and his agent tells me that he wants that wages. Very pleased that Ngombe stayed true to his public declarations of interest by confirming his intentions in a press conference. Hang on a minute. So that you praise me in the press. That's never once worked for me in the past. I've never actually had that work. Did we just break through that shit? It probably only works on certain players. Obviously, that's not happening, and that's not happening. But I'll give him other stuff, and... Yeah, it's fine. That's obviously not going to happen, but... Because of the nonsense of FM, we can fix that when he actually joins us. He's obviously going to have large wages. Oh, he got an international clause in there. You know what? If you play for Mexico, I'll give you 50k a week. Oh, you already got one of these. Oh, shit. Hang on. Get rid of that. And I want a boat. I want you to give me a boat. Oh, he's giving me a boat. No way. If we sneak this guy in... I wonder if he's not wanted by anyone else. If we get him on an 8-year deal, that would be an absolute bargain. Look at the state of him at 18. Yes, he'd be the perfect backup to Octavian Minaya. Because he thinks he's going to get star player. The moment he arrives, he's been a hot prospect again. No, breakthrough prospect. Oh, that's sick. Number 1 on the list. No, he wasn't. He's not the number 1 guy on the list. He's a guy that I think he was number 5 on the list. The number 1 guy actually wasn't as good. He's still good. Don't get me wrong. But I don't think the other guy has the potential. National team projection. Wow, we're actually leading that. It's kind of nice. Oh, speaking of them. Bello. Nice. Nice. No. Good shit. If we get him, that's a brilliant signing. Oh, fuck off. Are you serious? I'm so done with FM22. I'm so fucking done with this game. Why? It's literally less money as well. No, that's a new contract. 2053. That started today. That's a brand new contract. What is even the fucking point? How are they... It's not even the fact that how they're offering. We're offering him more than that as a base wage. Let alone with the clauses. And now it says not prepared to join at this stage in his fucking career. Oh. There'll still be a release clause. Yeah, but it won't matter because if we trigger the release clause, it will say at this stage in my fucking career, won't it? Also, there doesn't appear to be a release clause. Because that's the same kind of money that he was just... Oh my god, this... Stuff like that is just like ruining your experience of playing this game, mate. It's embarrassing. We won the Champions League. He's like, nah, I'll probably just stay in Mexico. To your number ball. If that was the case, then it wouldn't happen as much as it does. Because it is truly nonsensical how often it happens. Also, they're happy to join fucking PSG. Those same players that say that always just join other European sides instead. So clearly they're not about that. It's just because of the Irish thing. Good lord. Fair play to the agent, though. Mad. Because that doesn't ever happen at your club. Like, they never turn down other clubs to stay at you for less money. They'll turn down other clubs sometimes, but they never, like, yeah. Mental. Stuff like that is just... It should not be a thing. if you've won a Champions League, by that point, you should really be at a level where basically most players will want to sign for you because you've won the Champions League. You have worldwide reputation. My point is, I wouldn't care if those same players didn't then join Porto a year like 6 months later. But suddenly then it's suddenly a different stage of their career. Is Manea worse? Oh, he's not worse. No, Manea's fantastic. But he's also the only real player we've got in that role, and it would have been great to finally find a backup for him that we can bring ourselves forward with. He was like the guy, basically. Not to say we won't still get him, but that just pisses me off when you constantly get that every fucking window. Like, we've been having this issue for 20 years. And I thought, oh, maybe when we win the Champions League, we'll finally be able to sign players. No, apparently not. There's just no end to it, is there? I should have given him his own Mexican restaurant. Incapable of subscribing. I don't know, actually. We have had subs today. And gifted subs. Because it's September as well. Unless it's because of September that's messing it around. Club reputation ranking. We're worldwide. We have worldwide rep. So we are 5-star reputation. There's only about maybe 10 clubs that have that, and we're one of them in the world. Club list reputation rating. So look, there you go. From there up, these are the only sides that have 5-star rep. Us, Porto, Inter, Man United, Bayern, Barca, PSG, Liverpool, Man City, Chelsea, and Real Madrid. All of those sides. No one else has as high rep than that. Porto, they could be, yeah. What actually is September? So basically, September is a thing that Twitch run every year, where basically I think it's up to actually 30% off of subs across everything, be it gifted. Tier 1s. I don't know about Prime, but I think maybe. But the thing is, the streamer still gets the full amount. It's just Twitch eats the difference, basically. It's just like an offer thing, really. Lavinio, thank you very much for the 4 months. I think we still get that guy. We just don't get him yet. So yeah, Porto have won the Champions League. That's the reason Porto have 5-star rep. They won it a long time ago, but they have won a Champions League. 2035 under Pep Guardiola, of all people. I think it was Pep. I think it was Pep, wasn't it? No interesting cams you found? Well, not good ones, no. Like, I'm not going to dump 30 million on a cam because we can't afford to. That's why we have to apply to gifted. Yeah, it does apply to gifted. I think that's... It definitely applies to gifted. And I think it applies to most things, right? It applies to all of them, I think. I'm going to just put Fidel Madrid on the bench. Does it do full price this time? Really? I swear that it told me... I swear I got an email that said it isn't to gifted this year. Really? So Twitch are basically just going, they don't seem to realize that most streamers make the majority of their income off of gifted subs. That's fucking ridiculous. Like, that was where the benefit of September was for people, I think, as far as from both sides of the argument. That's hilarious. Only new subs. So why would anyone care then? Like, that's ridiculous. Yeah, last year it was definitely gifted subs as well. But yeah, most streamers make, I would say, over 60 to 70% of their stream revenue comes from gifted subs. Particularly as Twitch seem to take bigger and bigger cuts of the sub revenue. They claim it's 50%. It's fucking not. They're liars. No, you're probably right. I thought it wasn't, but I thought it did apply to gifted. But if it doesn't, then that's just an absolute scam. What's the point then? That's basically a discount for so few people that it doesn't matter to anyone, really. That's basically only going to benefit... Who's that benefiting? Honestly. But yeah, any good cams in the loan system? For what reason? Like, what's the point in us loaning a cam when we have a cam? The whole point of that guy was we need a backup cam for the future that we own as our own player. I don't do loans because there's no point. There's no point in us loaning a player because then we don't own that player and we just have a loan for a season for no reason. This is a waste of time. Ah, dear. 30% of you do a 6 month. Oh, wow. Like... That's just, to me, someone shouldn't have to bulk buy like that. They should be able to decide on a monthly if they want to keep subs, you know? I hate those stuff like that. It just makes it worse for everybody except for Twitch. And honestly, it doesn't see how it helps them either. Oh yeah, that's kind of shit then. I was under the impression that it was like last year where it was like off of everything. My loan system. Yeah, but then that'd be pointless because then we'd just be strength weakening one of the players, the teams that need to be strong. So yeah, we could take Obradovic back off of Dundalk, but he's the reason they're in the quarterfinals of the Champions League. So that seems a bit pointless at this point. Right, okay. Chelsea. We're 2-0 up. No, not 2-0 up. We are 3-1 up. From the first leg. I actually kind of want to start Sal again. Because he actually scored a goal and played quite well. And maybe a bit more beef in the midfield could help us. Now, we'll find a guy. It's just annoying when stuff like that is the reason you can't find a player, because the game's just deciding for arbitrary reasons that will only apply to us but don't apply to any other AI club, that you can't have that player for some reason. I guarantee you, if it was Porto that had put that contract offer on the table like we just did for him, he would have taken it instantly. And for less money as well. Because reasons. But they've got a player on the bench called Cumberbatch. Hang on a minute. I was trying not to rant about that today. Oh, it's Ramuel Cumberbatch, isn't he? With his, has he got a really cool second nationality? Isn't it St. Lucia? Oh, Barbadian. There you go. Rolling up first team players to other Irish clubs. Basically, as soon as you can. Once we've kind of established ourselves as a Champions League group stage team, that's when we started doing it really. But you want to look for it as quickly as possible. Because if you start too late, the players won't want to join the clubs because they don't like the strength of their squads. So if you do it quickly, you build their squads up at the same time, and thus you can not have that problem. We very rarely ever see a player reject a loan for that reason. Right. Okay. Dundalk, it's your destiny. Make it happen. I just accidentally fucking pissed the players off straight away by encouraging them. Because of course I did. That face when you accidentally encourage your team and they get annoyed at you. FM anybody? Right. Okay. Is this us or them? Oh, good. It's one of those highlights. Why do they exist? What is the purpose of that highlight? I want to see Dundalk score a goal. And Valev... Ooh, okay. Luckily, having a 2-goal advantage is so much more important than what we had last time around. Oh, hello. What an effort. Christensen on the rebound? Oh. Not doing too good. Oh, that sucks for her, I guess. And people that care about that, of course. Who's Iwerkirk? Oh, I was worried that was going to be one of those horrible ones where they stop on the ball and then they just allow the on-running striker to just run straight through. Nesso's in the middle again, isn't he? Shit. Oh, well, we'll just leave it as it is. See how that functions. And he actually down the left-hand side. Could he slip it in for Christensen, perhaps? Oh, what a finish. It's Treaty 4, Chelsea 1 on aggregate. We are looking very, very good for a Champions League semi-final again. That is some finish on his left foot as well from that angle. Christensen's actually really picked it up again mostly this season. That's a great cross in, but how on earth has he found that finish? Look at that. Full volley, in off the bar, and actually, I don't know what that went on, honestly. My eyes are basically glued to this game. There's just so much on the line if Dundalk were to actually pull off a miracle. Then again, Benfica winning at Real Madrid as well. They're really good lately, aren't they? They're like a genuinely good side. Oh, that's a shocker, but Christensen's ridden the challenge. Oh, good effort. The aggregate score is 2-2. Dundalk were 2-0 down and had missed a penalty in the first leg, but they scored 2 in the second half and pulled it back for 2-2. Oh. If they beat us, they beat us. But they've got to beat someone. Oh, bugger. It's that guy that was at Manchester City. Nino. Is that Nino Buch? Yeah. The guy from Young Boys. They've come back before, though. They were 2-0 down against them. They should have won that game by so much more, though. That's the worst thing. I haven't seen anything from Nobby, no. I've not seen him... Like, usually you'd see Juliet scoring... Yes! Right, okay. If you ever wanted a reason as to why I don't bring players back from loan spells that could fit in our squad, Obradovic has just scored again for Dundalk, and he is the guy that would slot into that spot behind Manea. He's the guy. But he's doing so much more for us overall at Dundalk than he is here. Because we're 4-1 up against Chelsea in our current situation. Yamagishi, I don't think he has, no. He's last couple of... I think he played in the Champions League final against us, but he's not been there much longer than that. We play Chelsea quite a lot, so I tend to get quite a handle on what their squad's like. Right, now it's maybe time for... Actually, you know what? I might give Fidel a run. I've got a better idea. Sal to right back, because Boggy was struggling a little bit. Now Fidel. And see, this is what I mean. Look, no options really for that role. We really do need to find a guy. I'm still going to try and get that guy, honestly. Valev's struggling a bit for fitness. I might get Bilbia on. He's so good. Real Madrid, wow. So that game now, as things stand, is going to extra time. And whatever comes with that. I might just turn off one of the box again, because that seems to be really good for Europe. Oh, come on, Dundalk. Come on, Dundalk. Oh, Madrid scored, yeah, but I think they're still losing. Oh, no, it's just 2-2 on Ag now, isn't it? It's because we played Chelsea an insane amount. We've played Chelsea in every Champions League final we've been in. We also played Chelsea twice this season in the group stages as well. And then we've drawn them in the knockouts of the same season. And, oh, what a block. So, yeah, this is the 4th time we've played Chelsea in this single season alone. Lost 2-0. Oh, so at the moment, Madrid are still going out then. So as things stand, it's us and Benfica through. And then the other games are completely up for grabs. Oh, come on. If Dundalk managed to win at the Parc des Princes. They've done that sort of thing before. This wouldn't be a unique situation for them by any means. I would also quite like to win this match just in case, though. That's a great goal, to be fair, from Hwang Byung-wook. It's too late, really, for Chelsea to... No, don't say that, Matt. Do not say a single word. Because we've seen worse. Remember the game against Juventus? The 8-6? Oh, penalty to PSG, and that's ruined it. And they're out. What I guarantee you that they've just been mugged off. I would be very surprised if they haven't just played really, really well. And the penalty's probably about all they've thrown in that game. I swear to God. It's always a penalty as well in that situation, isn't it? No idea how we didn't win this match either, by the way. But that's FM for you. Thank fuck we got that lead. And that's why you have to have those leads, because FM will just do that. Just losing at home for no reason there out of nowhere, but that's how it goes. I think Dundalk are out. Unless something miracles happen in the meantime, because sometimes you do get stuff after your final whistle, I think. Nope. 2 out, 4-3. Let's see how much they got mugged off, shall we? Thank God we mugged them off in the first leg. Yeah. It's Ephraim's response, really. Right, okay, let's see. Now, if they just hammered Dundalk, then it is what it is. Literally, if it isn't for the penalty, that's probably an even game. Dundalk are really good. The only reason that they're even anywhere near that is because of their pen. Their penalty would have put them up... Without the pen, they're like, what? 1.5? That's so annoying. Dundalk were the better side over both legs. Yeah, Dundalk outplayed them in both games. Hanush Minu probably was the letdown in that game. I'm assuming he's the one that missed their chances. Because they beat them comfortably in the first leg. This was the first leg against them. Like, Dundalk should have... Now, obviously, Dundalk had a missed penalty in this game too. Dundalk should have won this tie. They were the better team across both legs. I would say. They were certainly... They were better in the first leg. The gap was definitely larger in the first leg. They should have won that. That's really annoying. But it's also really good. The fact that Dundalk are able to compete at that level already is extremely encouraging news. Coefficient-wise, well, that didn't matter because we both lost, didn't we? Luckily, Italy have got nothing. So, Italy literally cannot catch us. And France are so far away that it would take a miracle. It's huge progress. That never happened with Norway. Molde once got to the quarterfinals, I think, but they never looked anywhere near as good as that in that stage. I reckon Dundalk have got to be considered just a team that are going to do that every year now. Or, like, they should be getting out their groups most years. But that might be enough for them to potentially get pot... maybe even get pot 2. Perhaps. That's the dream. So now we've got Real Madrid in... When is the Real Madrid game? Not Real Madrid. PSG. And speaking of that, did Real Madrid get knocked out? I assume they did, right? So it's been... We're going to end up playing Man United if we get through, aren't we? Norberto Araujo is going to score the winning goal in the Champions League final against us next Tuesday. I guarantee. That's my prediction for now. That's what I'm predicting. Club coefficient. You won't be able to see, though, because the club coefficient will just show you, like, that. And that doesn't tell you if they're pot 2 or not. They are going to gain ground, so they're going to go up to 83 for next season. But even if I turn on the other leagues, you still can't tell if they're going to be pot 2 or not, because you don't know which of these sides are going to qualify and be in the groups. So we won't know until we actually get to that stage. But it's certainly a big bump for next year, though. Like, they're moving up. They're going to go above Rangers. Spurs, hilariously. But I think it's going to be a stretch. I still don't know if they're going to be pot 2. It's pretty close, though. They're definitely gaining. Which Republic of Ireland? Or is it just Ireland? Yeah, it is, yeah. Just trying to see if anyone else is gaining. So Sligo are gaining slightly. Shamrock are staying the same. Bohemian are actually losing ground, and Derry are obviously gaining ground. They'll be top 15 for sure. Well, I mean, as I just showed you, they're literally not going to be top 15. They're going to gain like 2 spots. Like, this is the coefficient for next year. That's Dundalk. They're not going to be top 15 in any way. They're going to be 19th at this rate, and I don't think 19th is going to be enough for pot 2. Not when you look at some of these teams in here. Maybe they get lucky and some of them aren't qualified in the same way, but I think there's no way they're actually pot 2 next year. It's a shame, but they've done really well. And if they keep pushing like that, they will get it, but not next year, I don't think. Maybe. I mean, I'd love it. Even with them being pot 3, they still do an awful lot from a pot 3 position. They've had to fight back a lot. Right. Yeah, we can play these guys, can't we? Because it's not till 11 days. Wow, actually, that's a bit annoying, isn't it? 16 teams in the top 2 pots. Yes, but remember how those teams get allocated those pots. So the winner of the Europa League also gets in. So that could be a team that's outside of that, and they'd be pot 1, which would then push it down slightly. And as you say, there's 5 English clubs in there, which means that only 4 of those could be in there. So it does help, but I think it would take an awful lot of stuff to... They need to really be getting to like 16th or 17th to have a chance. 15th obviously would be great. But that's the sort of position they need to be in, really. The attacking... yeah, we probably... I just don't want to forget it and accidentally play it for a Champions League game or something when we really need to. What I would say, though, is if PSG were only... They mugged their way past Dundalk. Expect them now to mug our way. They're going to mug their way past us, too. Top 6 for pot 1. Yeah. Well, they literally couldn't be pot 1 because we'd be pot 1 because we're the champions of the league that they're from. So the only way they could be pot 1 is if they won the Europa League. I mean, at the moment, in fairness, we are 8 points off the top still. So, but they're not any closer than we are. It's Derry City you want to be worried about, chat. Good lord. Oh, no. Oh, that scared me there. 63 million. Literally wouldn't even be tempted. Like, if they said 200 million for him, I probably still wouldn't sell it, but at least I'd be like, oh, fair one. That seems like a reasonable bid for a player of that kind of quality. Maybe not 200 million. Like 150 million. He should be worth that. If he's at Man United, he's worth 200 million. Right. Okay. Oh, hang on. There he is again. I want to keep scouting him. I want to see what we're going to hopefully be able to get. I still think we can get him. It just might take a little while. We can get rid of some of the guys at the bottom. Oh, no. I'm going to keep scouting those guys, aren't I? Because that's the next-gen guys. So I want to make sure we get them fully scouted before I remove them. But, yeah, Bows are having... Which is weird, right? Because Bows have been crap in Europe for a while. And it's weird that they're now doing so well in the league. To be fair, the Wolves' current keeper in the save has actually done slightly better. I mean, by that, he's still conceded like 400 goals. But by Wolves' standards in this save, that's still quite good. Every year, pretty much, yeah. They've won the last 3, and they're also 4 points clear at the top of this one. And look at the gap, though. Celtic are not going to get Europe at all, are they? Celtic are going to miss out on Europe again. Who's managing Celtic these days? Yeah, that'd explain it. Big old no one. There's your problem. Sports Cup final. Cool. Like, we should have been in the final last year as well. We got ruined by Real Madrid in that 2-legged thing. I'm just hoping that we got our muggy game out the way with the Chelsea second leg. League's not playable. Yes, it is. So, that's not correct. The league is playable. I mean, unless I turned it off and I didn't realise it. But yeah, the league is playable. That's why we were able to look at the league tables just then. Right. 7 days to... Right, so this is... Yeah, we rotate for Shamrock Rovers. Go like that for that. That for that. That for that. Good stuff. Looks like Ramos is getting a bit more starting time, which is nice. I assume he just got sacked because of poor performances. They've kind of been languishing most of the season. This should be a comfortable, large victory, I suspect. Looking at the league doesn't mean it's playable. It could be view only. No, but you know what does? Me who set up the fucking database. That's kind of what tells me that it's playable, because I made it playable. But feel free to continue to doubt me on that. Like, add remove leagues. Scottish, playable. Like, the save just didn't appear out of nowhere. So, I know, I was being sarcastic because... Jesus Christ. It feels like Longford just play Shamrock Rovers over and over again, doesn't it? Actually, I've only played them once. It must be the Cups. Life is fun. Like, the reason I know it's playable is because I'm the one that set the database up and made it playable. Have we lost 2 games? Because our start to the season was dog shit. We lost the first game against Derry. We then beat Juve in between, lost to Dundalk, drew with Shamrock, beat Sligo by 5, but then also managed to lose those goals there too. Oh dear. Matt is having good fun, indeed. Treaty Regret 11. Ooh, yes. Oren McGowan. Who else should be in the Regret 11? Oh. Norden, I'm afraid it's not. It's actually view only. I'm sorry to break it to you. Ali Tekin would be a good one on there too. And honestly, Vulcan could be in there. Because the Regret doesn't even have to be players that played for us. It could be players we regret. So I feel like Tekin could be on the bench even. Or players like Wozniak as well. And Raf Voss. But Vulcan is the one I mainly regret. Oh, along with Juliet, of course. Polish Dara. Oh. Was it Przemysław Dara? What's he up to these days? He's the striker for Roma. How much did they buy him for? Yeah, we did the right thing there. Panache. Oh, did we ever try to sign Panache in this save? I can't remember. Oren, I mean, he would have been the starting goalkeeper, but he would have also been terrible. Not that we've had a good goalkeeper in a while, in fairness. Like, also, I was just messing about, by the way. I hope that you didn't, like, yeah. I was just vibing. Whoa, when did you get that hair? We move. I love Panache. What a guy. El Barto would be a very good keeper, potentially, yeah. In fact, I would say Regret 11, El Barto's definitely the one for that, because he's now at Manchester City, isn't he? That's fine. Like, mate, how many games have you played for them this season? 16. You're staying. Well, the Wemps you regretted signing. I mean, Wemps I regretted signing. I think highest value player. Ooh. Yeah, we can probably do that, actually. I can do it through here, can't I? If I just turn off all the... which I think I've already done as it goes. Yep, 69,000 players. Nice. Highest value of a player that we could see, bear in mind. So there might be some guys in there that are higher value, but we can't see them. Hang on, sorry. That's not right at all. That can't be right. I've seen players with higher value than that really recently. Yeah, the problem is it bases it on the lower number, not the higher number. So this one here should be higher. But technically, according to this, the highest number in the game is 147. That's just not true. I saw a guy at Man United literally yesterday when I was sorting things out. Scroll up. No, can't scroll up any more than that. But it could just be that we don't have that information because that's their transfer value and you don't know that about every player. I saw a guy at United that was worth over 200 million the other day. So, must just be that time of the year. Maybe it's because we're coming up to the summer. So the contract values are like slightly lower. Then again, when has that ever affected us? Oh, he's great. He's one of the guys I regret. Solis is... Yeah, it's annoying about Solis. I reckon... We still made 50 million off of Solis. I've seen 250 million in this. I think Juliet at one point was worth like 250 million when he was at Man United, wasn't he? I think even Araujo was worth like 180 million at Man United when he first joined them. Obviously, his contract would have got shorter by then. Oh, wait, this is rotation, isn't it? This is youthy prospects. We'll go with you. I'm going to put Kieran Foley in today instead of Sal because I don't know why he would be in there. And maybe Navarro at left wing back too. Got to get him some football there if he's ever going to get used to that role. Vidal Madrid further up. I mean, he's got the passing for it. I just don't know if he's got the... Maybe we could do. Dara Galvin is the biggest regret. I was explaining to Pog about the Dara Galvin situation last night because we were talking about the regret 11. This is when one of the things Pog was getting me to talk about when she was trying to cheer me up, and it did work. She was getting me to explain the best, like the Dara Galvin story to her because she's alleged like that, you see. Right, so that's yeah, that's fine. We insta that, and then it's PSG. Oh, Dara. It's amazing how one tiny thing from one tiny stream one time ended up with us naming a stadium after him. I think he's definitely worth... We'd have to retrain him, I think. But I think he could definitely... And it would also free up space behind to have Ramos. So you'd have Ramos, Trubovic, and then Madrid further up behind Manea in terms of the pecking order. Okay, Trotta scored a couple of goals. We're coming back. We're just about back in this. I might even start training him there now. He's got the passing ability to the point where I feel like that might actually be a better use of his time. To play slightly further up in this role instead. Got good composure, but I just wonder if moving him to play here would map. I think that would benefit him way more. Particularly as he doesn't appear to be training that well. What Dara Galvin is. Dara Galvin is the name of our stadium. Basically, he was a greyed out goalkeeper that got put on our bench once because we didn't have enough players for the Champions League game or something. And we'd already had a greyed out guy called Roy Galvin, so we'd cannoned it that it was his brother. But the problem is I forgot to give him a forgot to give him a contract before the end of the game, and then he disappeared from it entirely. So now we just named a stadium after him in his honour. And then Roy Galvin got a testimonial. Literally, James. No, that's what Pog does. She'll just like ask me random stuff about things I'm vaguely interested in and get me to explain them. And like 20 minutes later, I just feel a lot better. It's stupid, but it does work. I'm just easily led like that. But it helps me feel better, you know? That's tragic. It's very tragic that he passed away. It's terrible times, isn't it? Thank you for your concern. Oh yeah, we're doing the same thing with those guys. Oh, I thought that guy's name was Nosh. Oh, give me the Nosh. Anton Peters, yeah, he's very good. He's the Chelsea guy that they got from, I believe, Antwerp. Another of the guys that I identified ages ago, but... Oh, it was Ghent. Yeah, he's a bit good, isn't he? I think Roy's testimonial did take place in the stadium. Yes, I think so. It's Chateau you're looking for, Daz. He's the foundation. He's in the foundation. What, we've gone and fucking... Oh, God, who's that guy? The union leader. Oh, why am I struggling here? You know who I mean. Fucking Jimmy Hoffa. He's Jimmy Hoffa himself. He's into the stadium. There was a rumor that Jimmy Hoffa was like buried in, was it Giant Stadium or something? Oh. Cool. Yeah, he's a bit good, isn't he? Right, PSG. Luckily, we don't appear to have any major injuries here. With Longford in between. They're lucky. They're going to get away. They might get a chance to get a draw against us, in this sense. The self-Hoffa maneuver. Week later, yet my players are not recovering past the yellow heart. Oh, that's weird. It could be buggery, but I suspect it's also because the next match actually isn't scheduled a week later. It will just randomly pop up, and it'll be really, really close. If I remember, Club World Cup is really confined. And the matches are like thick and fast. Right, PSG time. Oh, I'd love it if we could play Benfica in the final. Club World Cup is, yeah, I mean, it's fun to get into. I think we're going to be in another one in a few years, I suspect. Right, we go off of that tactic. I remembered. Manea, Sal. This is the away game, so I actually do wonder if we just stick to that. It worked for us against Chelsea in the away game. Neslo goes to the middle. Oh, that's interesting. So he does want Neslo. Okay. Hey, if he wants to put Nezo there, then that's fine by me. Who do I want on the bench as an additional player? I might even put Foley on the bench. Oh. Oh. Do I put Saki in or do I put Holvoot in? Holvoot's been playing really well lately. I'd be silly to take Holvoot out. He's actually surprised me. He's filled that hole that Navio left surprisingly well. He's actually developed incredibly nicely. Name around of Premier League players. Oh, we basically already do that. That's kind of what we were just doing if you think about it. Right, let's do a bit of that. Yeah, this is Nino Butch, the guy they got off of City. Who City got off of Young Boys for 60. What a great steal that was for them, by the way. Oh, yeah, Madrid on the bench. Good shout, actually. Instead of probably... I'm going to take Trotter off the bench for Madrid, just because... If I absolutely had to, I could bring Bibby on left side as well, because he's good enough to play as striker on both positions. Now he's fast as well, so he's just kind of like Valev, but he's just a bit excellent, isn't he? Right, I need a pee. First one of the stream. Puns. What was the pun we said we were going to do earlier? I've actually forgot what it was. Fuck. What was the pun we talked about earlier as the pun topic? Adele. It was Adele. It was Adele-related puns. Thank you. Great memory. We were going to do cricket earlier, but it was like cricket or Adele. There you go. If you could combine the two, extra points. Back in a sec.
It's been so cold without you here. We barely said goodbye before you disappeared. It's been so cold without you here. I'm not gonna lie, don't know what I'd do without you. Maybe we could try to figure out a way to put our past aside. I've realized I only want you. I hope it's not too late. I want you back here with me. We never should have said it's better this way. I'd rather be with you than someone I don't know. Now it's like we're living in two separate worlds. Come on back to me. Say that you won't go. I can't cope without you, and I wanna hold you close. Say that you won't go. Say that you won't go. Say that you won't go. Say that you won't go.
Rolling in the deep mid-wicket. Jesus Christ. Who's on Gladback duty? Rumour has Kit. Hello from the five-a-side. That's solid. Oh, I got a sausage roll. When I got up and I walked outside of the room, I forgot I was wearing running shorts. They're very snug. Oh, and I got a sausage roll. So life is just good. I'm preparing for the inevitable disappointment of us playing PSG here, so I've got to take my chances while I'm at it, right? Make you feel my gloves. I'll admit, I gave you a tough one there. It's kind of weird, actually. At the moment, I'm reading a book about Princess Diana, and I was thinking to myself, literally this morning, while I was reading it, wow, Queen's been alive my entire life. And it's just like not something, yeah. Someone like Yusuke Laskalainen. Ooh. Preview from the Daily Express. No, it was a book. Free back holiday. Well, not for me, it ain't. So, yeah, this is the new... I assume this is... Yeah, so this is the opposition screen in Saz's skin. And this is the additional information that it provides, which is just kind of sick. Like, some of that extra stuff is super damn useful. I love that it provides... That's so cool. Okay. Right, I guess we should just start the game. My commentary is going to be a little bit, flaky. Mainly because I hate talking with my mouth full. So I won't. Love in the Park G song? Yeah, honestly, I don't know that. Any of these could be Adele songs. I barely know many Adele songs, to be fair. Like, I knew enough to make that one pun earlier on stream, and that's pretty much where I draw that part of my Adele knowledge to a close. Borussia Mönchengladbach in the dark. I mean, hey, it's the strongest one we've got for the Borussia slot. If you say it fast enough, I couldn't possibly. When the Sky Sports. I like that. And it begins. Did he seriously just run from the right wing, past 3 midfielders, 4 guys, through the middle of the centre backs? Other guy can't put a tackle in. The keeper gets a touch on it and it still fucking doesn't. Jesus. That's the kind of things we're up against today. I don't think we've got any chance with stuff like that happening. Didn't realise their right winger had 27 dribbling. He's probably only got like 15 dribbling as well. That's what makes it worse. But I'm kind of curious now. It was Antonio, wasn't it? So his dribbling could be quite good, to be fair. Watch him do it again now. Oh, please, not again. Not like this. So about that Champions League final. This is going well. I enjoy Football Manager tremendously. If we don't... Maybe we should... What the hell is going on in this match? It's 2-1 after 6 minutes. Okay. I guess they just felt bad for us at this point. Maybe we're going to mug them off. Hey, what is he doing there? What a finish, by the way, from Christensen. First time from outside the area to whip that in. That is no mean feat. Holy shit, this game's going to go on forever. Every shot so far has been a goal in this match. Every single shot is a goal. Right, okay, we move. Next team to have a shot that isn't a goal is a wet lemon. Oh, God. Here we go. Keep up the method, lads. Let's go 2-2 by 12 minutes. Keep the plan moving. This has all the squad numbers. That look fine to me. Hang on. Let me just check. Hang on, chat. 1 second. Just have a little check. That's the wrong team, Matt. Let me see. 35, 57, 8, 28, 30, 24. Nope, definitely all numbers. Just checked. We're all good. Oh. Right, one more. Every shot is a goal. Every shot is a goal. Oh. Yep. Next team have a shot that isn't a goal as a wemp. It's a goaler coaster. It's 2-2 at the Parc de France. Every shot's a goal. Roll up, roll up. It's 2 shots, 2 goals. PSG, Treaty United. By the way, remember, we're on key highlights, by the way, chat. So we've just had another highlight from the kickoff of our goal. Let's just put that into perspective for a second. This is another highlight straight off the kickoff. After having 4 goals in the first 12 minutes, we've got another highlight. Trubovic to Valev. Oh, surely not. Christensen, dink the keeper. Go on. Oh, it's a save! Christensen, you're a wemp. Did I switch the tactic back? Oh my fuck, you're right. I didn't, did I? Oh, I did. No, I did. When did I do that? Apparently I did do that. That's the first shot of the game that wasn't a goal. Ooh. Hella from the other side. Good. This has been an insane start to a football match. I'm kind of loving it. I won't be loving it if it starts to go off the rails for me. Oh, God, he's going to do it again, isn't he? He's going to do it again. Oh, for crying out loud. It's 3-2 in 20 minutes. PSG have scored every single shot. They've had 3 shots and scored 3 goals. And we've had 3 shots and scored 2 goals. I can't believe it was Christensen that was the Wemp all along. Look at this Juan Antonio guy. How is he able to do that? I've got players with high dribbling too, but they don't seem to do that. 3 shots, 3 goals. 4 shots, 2 goals. Useless. Right, I guess we keep moving, right? Oh, for God's sake. This is insane. Oh, no. The Actuals had a poor day, not surprising. We've conceded every shot that our opponents have had today. This is the most FM game to have ever FM'd. Actually, don't say that, mate. Give it a chance. I'm sure it can do way worse. Oh, they've had to... there you go. We've evened it up a little bit now. Right, I think we've got to just do what we've been doing a lot in Europe lately. Just get rid of the work ball in the box. Just try and go for it. The Actuals really struggling in this game too. Oh, no, not 4, please. Okay, good. Breakaway chance now. No, never mind. He's just lumped it to nobody. Oh, actually, he's... Oh, come on! The ball just fell in between the 2 of them. Right, go on, tackle. Oh, my God. Not like this. Not another one, please. Not before half-time. Oh, fucking hell. 4-2 at half-time. They've had like 6 shots and scored 4 goals. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. The action's been utterly shocking. We're going to be... This is what you get, though. You get that ruthless finishing that they just don't seem to exhibit when they're not playing against you. We need creativity in the second half. We need the thighs. We need frozen thighs. And I'm going to save the other stuff for later. Because nobody's playing well here. This has got that intergame written all over, hasn't it? Yeah. I don't normally make... Oh, look at that guy. What, are we even, like, marking him in some way? I don't want to mark him, actually, as much as... Ah, fuck it, we'll mark him too. And tackle him harder. I don't want him getting anywhere... He's been the one guy for PSG that's done stuff. The intergame is probably one of the worst games I've ever seen. Okay, right. Valev header, and it's all good. There we go. 4-3. PSG 4, Treaty 3. Valev coming up, Kleck. Coming up, Kleck? He's coming up, Kleck, chat. Yeah, all right. Before I do anything else, final score predictions. I reckon 5-3. I reckon barely anything happens from here on, and they just get a late corner goal or something. It just stays 4-3. Wouldn't be surprised. Imagine if we did what it's 6-4. Mexico, Monterrey. A safe bet. Oh, hello. It's freezy now. From a distance. Ah, it's a waste. I think if we actually could get leveler in this game, we'd have a good chance in the home leg. But my God, the Libyan has scored for Benfica, and it's now 1-0 against Man United. I don't want to miss out on another chance to play Benfica in a Champions League final. Right, win that? Yes. Well done. Swanetsky's not had a good game, but unfortunately, I just wish we had Bremer in our Champions League squad. But it was already too late by that point. Oh. The fans are certainly getting a treat here. But the start of this match, was it all... The first 5 goals were all scored off of the first 5 shots. Oh, my God. Wait, a save has been made. They've not won any Champions Leagues. They've won 2 Europa Leagues and been to a Champions League final. And at the moment, it looks like they might get to another one. Second half's been better from us. Oh, United find the equaliser through Renato. At the moment, they would still technically probably deserve this win. Boggy's... Oh, actually, Neslo's been really bad. It might be a Hamza Saki moment. What about Treaty? We have won a Champions League, yes. 2 years ago. I would say I'd take a 4-3 defeat, but then we know how home games can often go a bit wrong, like the last one, for example. Oh, no. Where's this going to be from? This might be close enough for them to score, honestly. Nope, we're good. Yeah, you're right. It was the first 4. Or actually, was it? Benfica back in front. Good shit. Oh, go on. Radojicic. Find a bit of space. Here we go. Should be Lukic in the middle. I mean, we kind of stopped really caring about where he was on that, honestly. Bogdanov. Yes. Finds half a yard. Here we go. Okay, try again. That's fine. We're keeping a bit of pressure on them here. I want 4-all. We were 2 down. We were 4-2 down. And now it's Valev! Christensen was offside. Oh, okay. That was a good piece of play, but... Oh, no. Not in the 94th minute. I beg of you. Oh. 4-3 defeat. Wow. Slugs was dead right. We had no shots after that point there. Something just happened at that point and we just completely capitulated. And, well. Oh. This has properly got... Yeah, I reckon we draw the second leg 0-0 after smashing them. That feels like where this is headed. But, you know, have faith. We're usually very good at home. What is a wemp? A wemp is a made-up word that I accidentally created in a Champions League final a few years ago, and now we just use it. It's only 1 goal. Oh, no! United equalised. That's a shame. Oh, bloody hell, Dundalk. They're obviously taking out their anger. Whatever microbeat is. Is that where you win? Oh. Oh, the web thing, yeah. Oh, yeah, that was what it meant on the... Wait. Yeah, you're right. Was that on Urban Dictionary? We've not scored that many goals this season in the league. Probably. There's usually a Victor Hugo knocking about. Isn't that the Les Miserables? The Miserables guy. It's hard to tell with you, Slugs. You're a very aggressive man. Do that, yeah. Sick. Okay. This club will pass regulations for the current people. We're in the middle of May. But yes. Also correct. Booty calls for... okay, that's fine. Second leg's at home. Yeah, we've been pretty good at home in Europe. Oh, actually, he says that after literally losing our last game at home in Europe. But that was, again, just nonsense. Moroni something. That's his name. He's just... where is he? That's him. Yeah, Gareth Moroni Hunt. That's his name. They've grown quite a lot. Obviously, they're kind of maxed out now, so the attendances are pretty much as high as they're going to be until the board will let us have a new stadium now. Like, not every game. Like, 19,600, 20,000. We don't quite sell out our home league games. Champions League we do. Wow, we only got 1,200 in there for the Cove Ramblers game. That's not good. It's a pretty empty stadium at that point. Right. Rotation for Longford. Slap PSG a bit about, hopefully. But that means that in our last 3 seasons now, we've had Champions League final, semi last year, which we missed out on penalties, and we're very unlucky. And we're in another semi here, and we got a great chance again. So I feel like this team is now a team that could make the final every year. That's the kind of level of quality we're working at now. Which is good, because we're going to need to. Pretty much every year, just to carry the other Irish sides at this rate. Yeah, Bibliotrotus. That backline does not... I think we might lose this one. I might actually put Bello in again. Though he hasn't actually scored a goal for us yet, so maybe now's the time for it. I would switch tactics, but I can't be asked, so we'll just give them... They can have the soft boy tactic. We'll probably still win like 4-1, but... In before it's like 9-0. Of course, we'll have to wait and see and figure it out, and we'll get there in the end. And... 3-1. Okay, that's fine. Bibby scored a double for Fidel Madrid. You love to see it. As long as Drogheda keep losing at the same time, it's fine. Particularly Longford have won again against Drogheda. I think Longford are going to be fine. I think they'll survive another... At this rate, they're only 3 points behind Cork City. And look at their defence. They've not conceded like 100 goals so far yet this season, which is nice. St. Pat's continue to hemorrhage enormous amounts of goals somehow. And we're still 5 points off the top. And the board's still pissed at me because we're technically not top yet. Because I wouldn't blame them at this point. That's fine, that's fine. Since straight, cool. That'll do it. Just win 6 straight. Problem solved. Or something. Truth of. Considering a move. I actually forgot you were still here, Lev. Honestly, if you want to consider a move, go ahead and consider it. Where's the please move button? No, I was hoping you would... Oh, okay. League in Europe was 6-7 teams. So I believe at one point Lithuania had 7, but, or was it 6? But that now extended back out again because it was only the situation because of COVID, if I recall. Because we did want to see what would happen if you could get, like, this kind of Champions League spot situation, but in a league that only has, like, not enough players. Not enough clubs. So it's 41 last night. Wow, we're just not getting any knowledge of this chap, are we? Was it Latvia? It might have been Latvia, actually. I'm so pissed that that happened with him. He was perfect. Dundee United do the double. God damn. They're annoyingly good. Celtic end up finishing 6th. They finished 26 points clear of 3rd spot. They haven't even finished yet, have they? Could they still get... Oh, no, they can't get 100 points, but fucking hell, they're a little bit excellent. I'm still waiting for the season where both the Dundee teams dominate the league. Striker, that's fine. Latvia has 10 now. Right, yeah. But I swear it was Lithuania that had like 6 at one point. Because that would have been hilarious. I wonder how FM would handle a league that has 6 teams qualifying with 7. Would it just genuinely try to pick a team from the 2nd division? Or would it just completely lose its mind? Curious. Who's the top goal scorer for the other side? Hanish with 12. Jedvaj with 10. No wonder Bows are doing so well. And then Antonio obviously is just a monster, honestly. He is going to be so good. He's worth a lot of money now. I'm glad that Sligo finally found a consistent striker. They used to take like one guy from us, send him back, take another guy, send him back. Use that position, that's fine. No, we lost to Marseille? That's unfortunate. Probably bigger. Yeah, but 8's too many. Because the maximum amount of positions that you can get like normally would be 7. They get promoted. No, they don't even get promoted. They're just top of the league at that particular moment. Grayed out team. Oh, could be. That'd be funny. Picks from the 2nd tier. I mean, at least it has the knowledge to do so, I suppose. Thank God for that. They just give it to Man United. Right. Okay. This is it. Sort of. No. Christensen, Valev, Manea, Sao. I want, you know what? I think Ramos in there. He's been good lately, and I think I just don't want Sao in that role for the moment. We need more creativity. Nyakshu, Lukacic, Neslo. I like that they're going with Lukacic out wide again now, but look, he's been really bad. I'm going to put Saki in. I'm going with Saki today instead of Lukacic. He's just been struggling, even though he's not in the right position. Even when he's out wide, he struggles in the middle too. And then I want Fidel Madrid on the bench instead of Forsgren, because I want to be able to switch that around a little bit. Sounds like a Monty Python sketch. Second thought, let's not go to Camelot. 'Tis a silly place. Because someone slow lost, because that's, to be fair, our starting goalkeeper technically isn't him, but we sold our other keeper because he had a year left on his contract, and that's the reason. And keepers are whack in FM, to be honest. So we've had goalkeepers with really good star ratings that were shit, and then some that were quite low on star rating and are still really good. So, not that Swanetsky's been amazing, honestly. But I'd much rather have Kylian Bremer in there, but he wasn't signed to be registered in time. Okay, so this is that, I think. That should be good for us. Swanetsky's done some mad things for us in the past. Like, he's part of the reason we got to that Champions League final in the first place, that first time, or the 3rd time round. Saving those 2 pens as well. At least we owe them. Holvoot is looking aggressive. Don't know how much I like that. Right, come on. Give me everyone on green. Yes. Except for those 3 bench boys. Okay. Here we go. Who to buy just alone? I basically just buy players who I think are going to be good. And then if they want to go out on loan, they do. Like, there's some guys that are out on loan still that would have probably, if I'd kept them, worked their way to our first team by now. But because they got a chance to go out on loan, I would just let them have it, you know? It's more of a luck of the draw. Every now and then we'll sign a guy where I'm just like, this guy's too good to loan out. Like Neslo, for example, was one. Saki was another. Nyakshu, Trubovic, Ramos. Those guys I signed specifically, I was like, these guys are never going to be loaned out. You could tell they've got the quality. And Nyakshu's already knackered himself. Yeah, so I predicted 0-0 with us playing really well. Yeah, Swanetsky's a bit inconsistent, really. It seems, anyway. Imagine if this was 0-0 after all the antics of the last match to just come out here and have nothing happen. Oh, for God's sake. Nah, never mind. We're not going through. Not with shit like that happening. That's 2 different pieces of nonsense in one play. The random defender missing the header, then he chips the keeper as well. It's a great goal, to be fair. Like, why is he missing that header? Why is he even that far forward? Just... Nah. We've got no hope with that kind of stuff going against us. Plenty of time, but now we need 2 goals just to even see this game to extra time now. I love that these guys got outplayed by Dundalk, yet we can't beat them. He's right. Square it, maybe? Back across? Anybody? There's so many bodies in there, though. That's not a pen. Oh, great. Now we get to sit around for thousands of years while it tells us that the penalty was not a penalty because it was outside the box. So that's fun. I love how they always seem to run outside the box. They never just seem to stay in the box. It's like, just force your way into the box. Yeah, then there's just a nothing highlight that means nothing. Oh, dear. This is going to be a fun game. Right, plenty of time left, though. Nah. Nah. How is he missing the target with that header? I can't even with that. He scores those for fun. Oh, it's just going to be a whole game of those, isn't it? Champions League this week? I did not know. I haven't watched any Champions League football this week. Yeah, this is going to be one of these games, I suspect. But we are now about to concede from a corner, of course. Okay, good save. Swanetsky's done well with that. Which haven't really got going yet today. He actually seems to be playing okay. Wow, they just did the same thing. What on earth is this game? I mean, obviously good goal from Christensen there, but again, it's almost the same thing as their goal, where defenders just seem to lose their brains from long goal kicks. But we'll take it. It's happened in their favour, now it's happened in our favour. Like, why do they let Valev bring that out of the air? There's 3 of them. Lovely pass, though, to slide that into Christie. Okay, we're back in it. Yeah, this is Champions League semi-finals with the defending from a high school match. Okay, but the fact that it's still 1-1 from this is mad. We just got to keep going. Need a second goal. If we can turn this around from here, it'll be not a miracle. It's just a good result. Come on, keep the pressure on them. Yes. Right, you're the favourite. That's fine, Holvoot. Bring it down. Now slip it in the midfield, and we go again. They're standing off of the midfield pair a little bit more now. Boggy being out there is going to give us a bit more threat, perhaps. Or not, with that kind of passing. Oh, God. Now we're all over the shop. Look at the spacing behind for that defender. Okay, good. We're back. Oh. Well, that's not a penalty either. Oh, yeah, links can be posted, yeah. I mean, as long as it's not saying dodge. Now we get to wait around for hours to find out that this isn't going to be a penalty either. 4 shots on target and 0.16 XG. Well, they could have had 4 shots that were 0.04 XG. You know, the smallest amount of XG you can have is 0, basically. I've seen a few 0 XG shots. We actually conceded one if that time. Do you remember when we lost that game with Tromsø off of a 0 XG header? That was funny. Like, the game finished and they had 0 XG. But they'd scored a header from, like, the halfway line. Yeah, an own goal as well. Right, we are, as usual, playing actually quite well in this game. Defence has struggled a little bit, but we are not getting the result we deserve. Imagine. Right, I'm going to do the same things we did last time as well, where we just have a little look at their ratings. Oh, okay. Just go after a couple of... I mean, might as well press the keeper, force them to play the ball a bit longer. Oh, the semi-automatic offsides things. I did see that, actually, yeah. Right, okay. The worst one ever. Do you remember Gap Connor's Key, chat? Where we had, I think, was it 7 XG? And we lost the game 2-1 and they had like 0.02 or something. It was incredible. I can't remember which save that was. I think it was... might have even been this one in the early days. This is good. This is exactly what we expected to happen, isn't it? And that's kind of a bit dead now. Right, this is usually the point where I try and shuffle that around a little bit. Man United winning as well, which is boring. Right, okay. The thing is, even a goal for us doesn't even help. Well, it helps, but it doesn't even put us through or anything. It just puts us not out. But now they're gonna score on the break against us, I suspect. Half a knee offside. To be fair, if half a knee's offside, then it's offside. That's how offside is. It's just either onside or it's not. Like, I never understood this whole, like, well, it was only a little bit offside. Okay, cool. Still offside. Out. Not out is a good start for us, yeah. We'll find a way to fuck this. Oh, there it is! Right on cue. Right on cue. I mean, what is this? So it's headed here. There's 2 defenders around him. How on earth does he get a clean shot out of that? Any tips on how to avoid child management? Don't have kids. Wait, it's offside? Wait. Hang on. Doesn't the red line being that side mean that he is offside? Isn't the red line the one... Okay. I guess this is just us now. Every fucking year, eh? It really does feel like you have to somehow just get lucky against this nonsense in order to get anywhere near a Champions League final in this state. Oh, hang on. No. Was that offside then? And they just allow it anyway? Good lord. That's just what we're up against at this point. I thought the lines were just a bit messed up with. Right, Valev. Are you fucking my face? Every fucking year. It's the same shit every year. You are red. The other line was PSG colour. No, that's not how it works. The lines are always red and blue, no matter what colour your team's kits are. Right. This is just... We predicted it, of course, but it is still annoying when it actually happens. Every year. I might even bring Lukic on. Honestly, Saki, I regret starting him, but at this rate, it's hit and hope, isn't it, really? We're playing well, but, like, we're just not getting the result. There's not a lot you can really do in a game when you're playing this well and not scoring. We did win it once, yes. And the way we got to that final was by getting through a bit of nonsense like this. You never just get, oh, we played well and therefore we're going to finally go through. Yep, so we're going to out the Champions League again to the same nonsense every fucking year. Think of the 2 goals that we conceded in this game and the one we scored as well. I just for once would love it to have a season where if you play well, you just do quite well sometimes. You know? That'd be lovely. But no. I can't remember a season where we've played well in the Champions League knockouts and actually got through without just having to cheese it sometimes. Well, there we go. That's us. Out of the Champions League again. Same as last year. Every year, we're knocked out at the semi-final stage now by a team that plays worse than us because they just seem to score the weirdest goals. I think even our goal in this game was nonsense. I think I would just like to finish this save at some point with one season where we just play well and win games because of it, rather than getting knocked out by the same nonsense every year. I don't even think it's that, Kumbi. It's just because if that was the case, like, that doesn't mean that they're suddenly going to take chances that they wouldn't normally. They didn't create anything more than a normal team would have done. They just score them because that's how it goes. And look at the way their goals went in. The formation isn't... That's the thing. The formation is irrelevant to that. The goals they scored were nothing to do with the formation. And that's... I wouldn't even mind so much if that was the case, but it's just the same thing every year. That's 2 years in a row now we've been knocked out in the semi-finals, having battered them. We've been terrible in the league. Highest goal difference. We had a poor start to the league. We have won 6 in a row now, in fairness. So, I mean, also, the league is not the Champions League, so give a shit. Oh, if only Dundalk could have beaten them. Dundalk actually did a better job. Well, they actually didn't, did they? Because they also went out. But, like, we probably did about the same, to be fair. Way worse than it normally is. Well, if that's the case, we wouldn't have played we wouldn't have played well. We'd have played badly and lost. And I would have been like, fair enough. We'd lost. Like, we played badly and lost. It's just, it doesn't... Right, okay. My point is, it feels like you play well and lose way more often than you play badly and win. Because the point is, when we see a game that we actually mug another team off, we're like, fucking hell, we've mugged a team off. That's amazing. Because it happens so rarely. Is my point. To be fair, I'm not in on Saturday anyway because I'm going to Mike's. So if we were going to be in the final, it would have been on Tuesday anyway. How are other teams in Ireland? They're already out, unfortunately. Dundalk did get to the quarterfinals of the Champions League and lost out to PSG. And again, we're very unlucky. PSG mugged them off as well. I think what it is, and I think this is definitely the case, and I think it would take a lot to convince me that this is not the case, that high reputation teams will just score those chances irrelevant of XG unless they're playing against each other. It feels like that's the case when you're technically still a low rep team, even though we're not. It just feels like that's the case. That they just score way more than the XG would suggest they would do on a very consistent basis. Which makes me just think that maybe the XG thing is broken. But it does feel a bit like that. It feels like it's almost a way of balancing things sometimes to keep the same teams winning. So we're straight into the groups on Tuesday. Which we're going to have to do a shitload of stuff over the weekend if I find the time. Players got top teams in Europe. I don't know how I can really compare that. Like, to give you an idea, I suppose I can show you like the FIFA Pro Team of the Year, which had a lot of our players in it. Where is it? So the Team of the Year had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 treaty players involved. It feels like it's especially present in the last stages, as you say, yeah. Like, as you saw with Chelsea. Although Chelsea did beat us in the group stages too. Again, mugging us off. There's something there. It's just... And it's got worse in recent games. I wonder if it's just, again, because of this focus on the top 5 leagues again. So it just sort of keeps the same teams in there because they want realism 10 years down the line, even though that in itself is not realistic. Does it good even top 2 in Europe? Do you loan them players? Do you prioritize your transfer strategy around bringing players to the league? Do you do trials of other players from the leagues for those teams to pick up? Did you start doing that the moment you got the chance to? Because all of these things have to be done in a very specific way. Otherwise, it will just never happen. You have to start really as soon as you can. No, I would decline. Take that, Gareth. Just turn up at Chelsea's training ground to sign his contract. Well, that's just shit, isn't it? I don't know why I care so much about a manager that doesn't manage my club, but it just feels boring and shit, you know? I'm just like, I'm over it, you know? My new contract. Mate, you've been absolute wempiness for the last, like, 2 months. Don't you even think about asking for a new contract? I would say that's probably the case, Icarus, yeah. It just feels like if you look at how teams play against the top teams, it feels like they are almost always able to overscore their XG, like by a considerable amount. But you also seem to underperform your XG against them, like on a very, very consistent basis, where there's so much data where you're like, well, clearly something's not right here. Marcus Silva's going to Brighton? No way. I mean, if he is, then I mean, he's just not, is he? I don't even think that's really the kind of manager they need at this point. I'd love to do a statistical analysis where I actually go back and look at all of our matches in the Champions League against sides that you consider like highly reputable and see if that actually does pan out, the amount of XG for and against versus the goals. Because obviously, you know, over one match, XG is irrelevant, but over the long term, that's kind of the point of it. And it would be interesting to see if how that pans out. I wonder if they'd you'd like to think if you're Brighton that they'd been preparing for something like this to potentially happen, but fuck me, it's boring and shit, isn't it? It's just boring and shit. Okay. He's still asking to leave. Hopefully he will eventually, like, shut up, but time will come, right? Time comes for us all, chatto. Fuck it, we'll just into this one as well. We might as well. Tottenham's then got demolished in the second leg. Don't know why. Yeah. I've noticed that it's... I don't know if it's to do with the specific legs. I find that it's just whatever it needs to happen happens from those teams and hope they would invest the money. Yeah, so that's the exact opposite of what you're supposed to do. But, like, if you're buying players from the teams in your league, you are weakening them. So the reason they're not doing well in Europe is because they are worse. That's the reason, quite simply. Unfortunately. Yes, I absolutely do want a teaser. Crack on. Immediately hired as England manager. I don't think I even want him as England manager. Like, what's he going to do? Sign a Colombian to play for England? So that manager goes to the top team. because I don't give a shit about Chelsea. I don't give a shit about the top 6 being the top 6. I quite like it when there's a new kid on the block club that actually want to start changing things and make things interesting in the league rather than the same fucking teams being in the same fucking positions in every single season. That's why I find it boring, because it's just boring. Like, I don't give a shit. That's why it's boring. Asked and answered. Got big money. Oh yeah, it'd be huge money. Yeah. Oh, so is this the teaser thing? Let me just go full screen for a second. Oh, hang on. That's cool. Look at that. I like things that save space on the screen as well and just allow you more ergonomic use of that space. I like that a lot. That's really cool. That's what I mean. They're an exciting club with an exciting manager, an exciting team of players, and they are sort of breaking things up a little bit and making it a little bit less boring towards the top of the league. And now it's like, oh, okay, back to square one again. Cool. Back in your box. Can't have any fun around here. Starting more games. No. I knew that would happen, though. Well, that's what I mean. I feel like unless he's perfect there, he's just going to get the sack in like 18 months anyway. And then what? Like, my favourite things about football is when it's not the same teams winning all the time, because that's dull as fuck. So anyone that brings anything new to that and is able to change things, I'll sod off Diego. He'll get over it. Or he won't. Just never a couple of years behind. Maybe, yeah. Why are we fourth? Because that is the number of points and wins we have on the table, and other teams have won more matches and points than we currently have. Like, the most interesting thing for me that's happened in football over the last few years was Leicester City winning the Premier League. And it feels like every step, it just takes us further and further away from that happening. Do you reckon Chelsea, because of the fact that given the chance to sign Spurs? I just think he doesn't. I mean, if he's going, he's going, right? Insert Treaty United. It's fine when I do it. Like the Red Bull policies. Which policies? I don't have to watch the football. We sim it mostly, right? Like, my point is that from an outside perspective, I couldn't give a shit about someone's career. I'm not his agent. I'm not his mum. So all I'm coming at this is from a spectating, viewing, entertainment, expecting standpoint, I suppose. Finding a chance to bring them to Europe. I mean, isn't that kind of just every football club's policy? If they could. Some of them are just really bad at it, I think. Ever since making sure no one ever gets close again. I mean, to be fair, they've been trying to do that the whole time, but you're right. But this is just another example of that, you know? Oh, sorry. The way that you can change player time. So when you... The day you sign the player, you go into here, go to happiness, and change it in there. And then they won't get pissed at you. The problem is we forgot to do that when Bello joined us, so now he's being a wemp. Starting more games. Hang on, weren't you injured for like ages? You've started 15 games this season. This is the same shit that happens every year because of the Champions League resting as well. Like, he started 15 games this season, and he's also been injured for most of the season. Really? Piss off. This same shit happens every year as well. You just don't normally see this because this happens after we're usually knocked out, and usually this is the end of the stream. But I'll have this whole raft of players that were rested for those league matches, prepared for the Champions League, and then start complaining after we were already knocked out, and then they all go, oh, it's so annoying. Every year, same shit. I remember one year, I think 9 of our starting 11 complained. It's hilarious. Elise looks really good, yeah. Is a graphic. I mean, like, point is, even if he was a success there, I would give no fucks because it doesn't interest me in any way. Oh, wow. Person successful at huge club. Imagine. Whatever next. It's just, I just like the underdog. I like that about football. And I think if you try to remove that from football, there is no football left at that point, and it's just kind of, yeah. Like, after all, football at its heart is still an entertainment product. And this is why I don't watch the Champions League particularly often, if at all, because I find it dull for the most part. Although, what I would say is, and it's only going to get worse, because every step they take makes it fucking worse. Like, as it is currently, there is still room for the dream, room for those miracle stories, like your Sheriff Tiraspols, and like how Dinamo Zagreb beat Chelsea. Like, in a group stage, the way that it's set up, if they would only need to have a couple of cup final style results, and they could actually do something magical. But the more games you give, the more it gives the preference to the larger sides. It's like, with FA Cup, the reason the FA Cup and all these cup competitions are so special is because of the room for upsets. Whereas if you... say the FA Cup was done through like series of group stages instead, you'd see so few actual upsets in terms of the outcomes overall that it would be pointless. Postponing the match? Absolutely not. We want as little of this as possible. This is why I don't really give takes on football most of the time, because it's just a meaningless argument that no one gives a shit about in the first place, isn't it, really? I'd rather just be like, I have my own opinions, and that's fine. New contract. That's fine, you're going to do that, aren't you? Yeah, cool. Will be a disaster. Oh, I agree. Because it's just more of the same shit. More games equals favours the bigger sides. So that's all it's designed to do. It's just the Super League by backdoor, really. And they'll just slowly change it and change it and change it until, oh, this year it's invite only. You know? People act like UEFA saved football when it came to that sort of stuff, when, in fact, they're just jealous because they didn't get the idea first. But more broadcasting money. I mean, as if they're not getting enough broadcasting money. Entertaining people watching it. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I still feel like not every team has to play like tiki-taka football to still win games and be entertaining, but I feel like entertainment, I feel like winning at the same time is still entertainment. I feel like, I imagine Burnley fans still had a lot of fun watching them get like 7th in the Premier League and go into Europe and stuff. I imagine that was still a really fun experience, even if maybe the football they were playing wasn't on brand or whatever, but I still think it was a bloody fun experience probably for Burnley fans, right? And I don't want to lose that from football to the point where you just have an established top 6 or whatever, and probably 7 soon, let's be honest, with Newcastle. So that'll be all your European places wrapped up for every single season for the history of the world. Like, why bother at that point then? Like, because that's what it's going to be. We want the money instead. Oh, yeah, but that's UEFA, isn't it? That's what they do. Yeah, let's go back to the attacking tactics. Try and get a few extra goals going while we're here. Most balanced league because of no majority ownership. I mean, balanced from a financial standpoint, but it's unbelievably unbalanced from a sporting standpoint, because instead of just buy everyone else's players, so it's not particularly fun league in the grand scheme of things, is it? If you've got no hope of winning it, unless you're buying, and that seems to have got worse and worse and worse. They'd have to have an absolute nightmare for anyone to get close to winning it from them. New Champions League format, so it's like it's called the Swiss format, where I believe it's 10 games. Okay. 9-2. That's a new one. Don't think we've ever won a game 9-2 in this thing, with a red card as well. FIFA does the same shit. Of course they do. They're large governing bodies. But this is when people say things like, well, this is better than that. It's like, why can't both things be bad? Why does everything have to be black and white? Why can't both things be black or white or whatever or shit, you know? It's like, people, when it comes to things like that, it's like, oh, you're either on this side or this side. It's like, no, both of them are shit. Championship was ruined by parachute payments. I think it seems to have got a lot worse with that lately. There was a time when I think there was a sensible method of doing that, but now it does feel like, especially since COVID, it's massively favoured those sides. Whereas before, it felt like getting relegated from the to the championship was like very little guarantee of getting re-promoted, and it actually didn't happen that often that you'd bounce straight back up again. Whereas now it feels like 2 of the 3 get re-promoted every year, and that to me is a bit of an issue. Rotating league to win the... You get sent to the bottom of the Premier... Oh, that'd be kind of sick, actually. Yeah! So if you... that'd be amazing. Roguelike Premier League. I'm in. I'd love a football roguelike game. I don't know how that would work, but imagine how cool that would be. Is Koala still complaining? Emergency backup. Playing as often as profit. Well, okay. Sorry, mate. There hasn't been an emergency. Not compromise your career. You're a 34-year-old man I signed because of his name. Very popular. Indeed, yeah, which is why I don't use it for the most part. I think it's things like Twitter is brain rot, but it's not the only culprit, of course. That's fine. I'd love. Oh, I'm just thinking about a football roguelite now. That'd be sick. Look at me here, having strong opinions. That's unusual. Genuinely is, honestly. The reason I can't be asked with having strong opinions on a lot of things is because I just don't care that much about most things. Like, honestly. I'm not going to sit and pretend to have an opinion on things I don't. I feel like too much of the time nowadays feels like people are supposed to have an opinion on everything. And it's like, why should I have an opinion on X, Y, or Z when I have no knowledge about that thing? But everyone seems expected to these days. Sometimes it's okay to say, I don't know, I don't care. Like... 68 to 92. I think it's definitely concentrated the power slightly differently. I bet if you were to look at the top 4 or 5 places over that same period holster, I bet you there'd be a lot more variation, I suppose. What was that last letter? B. Yeah, maybe I'm just being cantankerous. It's you damn kids. You should have an opinion in my opinion. Well, my opinion and your opinion of my lack of opinion is that I don't have an opinion on it. Now where are we, Daz, eh? So, similar champions is one thing, but I kind of hate going into a year knowing exactly where most teams, like where at least the top 6 are going to pretty much finish. Right. Within there's some like, it's kind of like the Overton window of football is shrinking. It's got all down. I'm still fine. I'm only messing. Let's do that. Agree, Stewie. Very important, that one. Like Formula 1 then. Yeah. I think... I mean, I must say, when I've been watching races lately, I have been a little bit like, just looking at my other monitor. West Lothian County Council's front door painting committee. To be fair, livid about that. Like, why would you not be allowed green? Utterly shocking. I find your lack of opinion just... Hang on, wait a minute. Oh, I don't have a lake house button. I was going to do Darth Vader style for that. I think possibly so, yeah. Football has only been downhill since the Colombian Pirate League. Oh, you're going to help me out here? Okay. I'll wait. I don't think I have the timer thing on, so you should be okay. Or did I? Wait, where's it gone? Wait, did I not load that at all? What the hell? Oh, I think my Stream Deck thingy's crashed. Let me check. Yeah, I think the thing I used to monitor it was crashed. There we go. Now it's working. Ready off work. Swear to God, I'm in rage. That's the wrong tactic, unfortunately, Rich. It's not the one we're using. I really do.
I find your lack of opinion disturbing. There you go. You're happy now, Jack. You finally got what you wanted. Don't let me throw in a Harold Bishop spray after this. Everything's pretty mountains in the background. Lovely stuff. Spent minutes working on this. Actually, it's more than I expected. It's one of the many unused scenes from this save. Me buying the... I even bought like a fake moustache and glasses for this, but then they broke the first time I tried to use them. Sensible times.
With the lake house voice changer. If only that was the case. It's all automated, unfortunately. Let me try... So, like, I had so many other... Like, I had this... Where was it? This scene. Which I've pretty much never used during this entire save. And I thought it was quite a sick scene. I've just had no purpose for it. You know? The microphones even have a shadow that goes on to me. Like, use it more. There's no reason for it, really, is there? That's the problem. Yeah, it's like, I still don't do press conference. Think of how many sponsors we've had. Yes, I did kill them, but I did no eat their bodies. Oh, dear. Oh, that's going all over the shop here, actually, isn't it? Let's just get off of that. Do another game while we're at it. Scotland Fantasy. Yeah, all those buttons are gone now. I don't think that's even listed here anymore. Oh, surely it's not. Oh, it's not, is it? Hang on a minute. Wait a minute, chat. I think it might still be here. One sec. I don't know if it's going to work properly, but I think I still have the scene here. Maybe. Why is this game gone all funny? Shouldn't be sacked for that PSG loss because the game's shit. That's my excuse at all times. 4-1. Let's see. What's the SFTV one do? Yeah, see, when I ported it across, I obviously didn't copy over a mic source for it, so that's good, isn't it? Loudmouth, ironic. That couldn't have been any better, really. That couldn't have been more janky. I still have mad shit in here. I literally have a scene in here just called Tutu, which I assume is exactly what I think it is, right?
On the Facebook? No, it's on a Snapchat. Or at my dad. So we just have Facebook.
But
I don't know what you do,
Are you okay?
Check for a phone. Protect my dignity.
Couldn't figure out how to get it back. I couldn't figure it out. I was like, where's it gone? It's because it wasn't done with my Stream Deck. Oh, dear. I was like, oh, I'll just show that for like 5 seconds. I was fumbling around in the Stream Deck settings. Good Lord. Well, that's been fun. Who are we going to raid? Let's raid Leluja. That doesn't happen very often, and for good reason. No. Oh, goodness me. Thank you for joining me today, friends. I know that didn't go entirely to plan at the very end there, but I think I still had a fun time in spite of all that. Sometimes complaining and having things go wrong is still fun. You know? It's fun for all the family. I'm going to now try and go run 5k because I've still got my fucking running shorts on. And then I'm going to try to spend a lot of time getting us through that entire summer period now to try and get us back to where we should be. So, yeah, I'm going to send you guys over to Kev. I will see you on Tuesday. I'm not here on Saturday. So I'll be back on Tuesday for group stages again as we try to continue to contain ourselves in this crazy, crazy world. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. Hold your gun, capybara. Bye-bye.